Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again towards the Ultimate Grind, chapter number 4, the final day, the final action, and the final draft that we are going to see in today's 6 matches. But once again, this is Dorix as your host, as your caster for right now. And yeah, the final day, it's about to happen. And yesterday, me and Inferno, they were talking about all of these factorines that, yeah, whatever is happening, today is going to be a very hectic day because everybody is going to be on a slow pace start. Nobody's going to go over aggressive at any point in time because they go over aggressive, it's hitting them right on the head as a bull's eye. They will be the one that's going to lose all the players, maybe at that point. So whatever they're doing, whatever the case scenario is going to be, you have to like stay calm and you have to stay composed to stay in the match, not only just in the match, but also to get all those points that you are in need of to secure that number 1 spot. Because if you remember, if the prize pool, if you remember, that was up until the top 5. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not just me. First of all, let me tell you, there is also a second caster as well. And let's go and invite him up onto the show. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Edge.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time coming. Now, I've seen you last time in chapter 3, I believe. Well, chapter 4 is coming to an end. Well, how can I miss this? Come on. This is going to be an interesting day for sure. With the last day of the grand finals, we said Turks. I mean, we've seen a lot of changes. We've seen a different gameplay coming in from all of these teams compared to all the way back to chapter 3. You know, so there's a lot going on in the mix now. And, well, I've been looking at the games and how these teams have been performing from the back lanes. And finally, it feels good to be back on the desk, man.
I mean, yeah, the way everything is going on, and you've been here way before I was for the Ultimate Grind chapters, so you know everything that happened into the chapter number 1, maybe even 2 or 3, all those things. But yes, moving on, and let's talk about the prize pool that we left on a while ago. As I was talking, the top 5 is going to be the one that's going to have that chunk of that prize pool for themselves, but a total of 1 lakh PKR is going to be awarded for the whole tournament.
Oh, that is a huge chunk of money. And well, the winners, they will take away the massive piece of it, 35,000 PKR. In second place, well, they still take a little bit of it. Third place, you still get 15. Second place, 20, of course. Fourth place, 10,000 PKR. Fifth place, 5,000 PKR. And then the MVP gets all that to himself, 15,000 PKR. He doesn't have to share that with the rest of the team. But here's the thing. It's not just about the money, right? It's also about the bragging rights. I think that's what all these teams are going to be aiming for, especially the side of BTR. I mean, a lot of these audiences and the fans, I'm pretty sure they're waiting for the showcase coming in from BTR, and I kind of am too, to be really honest. And there you have it. Bigatron by Vitality. They've been one of the top teams to keep an eye on since day 1, and now, well, it's the last day, and let's see if they turn up or will they get turned down with the rest of the squads.
Hey, let me tell you, we had a sneak peek of who was on the top and who was in the top 5 for the whole of Erangel up until to the match number 18. But the teams that are playing, first of all, we have to talk about them. Once again, it is these 17 teams that will be going head to toe. I've been seeing 17 every single day. That is, in my opinion, that's one team that's missing out throughout the fight that do not join. But all of these names, Ahura is the one that has not joined for the past 3 days. But T2K, ASI8, DRS 313, Maxibles, or if you're talking about the second number, that's Alter Ego, Strix, Shadow, Deva United, there's RRQ, F1. Every single one of these have been playing consistently for the past 17, 18, in fact, matches. There's also the Bigatron that you also mentioned a while ago that is standing ahead strong on the very top of that leaderboard with close to the 200 points.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, on day number 1, we did start off with, BTR being somewhere, in the top 15, not quite in the top 10, and it was a pretty slow start for day number 1. Day number 2, well, that was when BTR kind of did show up big time, and they were punching some numbers there, coming up to the number 1 spot. Yesterday we did witness Glublook, slightly taking that spot for a couple of matches here and there, but then once again overtaken by the side of BTR. And you can see the total they stand now right now is 181 and Glublook on 153. We have Deva United 149, 140 for TTK Esports. So all 3 go areas. I mean, this team, as much as it surprised me all the times in a good way, they also surprised me sometimes in not so good way. 119 points. Abrupt Slayers on 114, 111 for Shadow Esports, 313 Esports on the other hand, 109. I'm hoping for them to have a much more impactful game today with DRS Gaming. Another young squad coming up. Well, I kind of want to see how they come up in the final day, but I feel like it's a little too late for them to jump to that number 1 spot now.
I mean, if you're talking about the number 1 to the number 4 points, if BTR and only if BTR does not perform very well in today's matches, then we're going to have like up until the top 4 that's going to be going up and down into the overall ranking. Aside from that, number 2 to number 4 will be going up and down throughout the games if Bigatron is also consistent with the game. And lastly, the number 5 onward, number 5 and up until to the point, I'd say number 7 or 8, they're going to go head to toe against each other in today's matches. That's the case that I'm seeing so far with the overall point structure. But yeah, this is the second chart as well. There is a very high unlikely chance that you will be getting into the top 5, but still the chances are there. It doesn't matter how hard it is, there is always that possibility that if you do good, if you do like consistent with your performance, you might just be able to squeeze up that position of the hashtag number 5.
Indeed, that's where you kind of, you start getting a piece of that prize pool, and that's where you kind of want to be, if not number 1 spot, of course. And all these teams, the bottom, that's what they'll be hoping for, get that top 5 to get at least something out of this tournament. And one thing's for sure, even if they don't make it to the top 5, one thing they'll be taking home with them is going to be the experience for sure. They're going to be, coming in swinging for the next couple of tournaments here. We'll definitely be, hoping to see all of these teams and much more in the future tournaments. But for now, these 16 and 15, as a matter of fact, we'll be fighting for one thing and one thing only, and that is the glory to be the champions of the of Series 4 here. And it's not just Bigatron. We did see on the overall standing that there are a couple of teams almost at their tail. So it is still possible for them to follow up, but it is, once again, quote unquote, as Tariq said, if Bigatron does not perform, which is a major if you ask.
Oh yeah, it's always the if, but given the last day, I'd say everyone's going to change their momentums and their pace of the fights and everything. And because of that, there might be those slight possibilities where the momentum will take the shift, and maybe some teams that were performing before, they might not be able to perform today onward for the next 6 matches. Or maybe the first 3 or the second 3 matches will not go good for them, because we have seen that throughout the whole thing, that every single time there is always that shift of pace. There is always that shift of momentum from the first 3 matches to the last 3 matches. That always happen, and there is always the chance, the possibility that any team, there is a slight possibility that some team, if they manage to like cement themselves in a really good position, they're instantly going to be like, yeah, okay, we're good, we can go aggressive. But you know who's going to go aggressive today? The bottom line teams. Those bottom line teams, anyone that's on the second chart, they're gonna go aggressive because they have nothing to lose at this point. You come up even on the hashtag number 6, you're not gonna be awarded that prize pool for yourself, not even the glory. The glory is already always for the number 1 spot. There is no glory for the number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. There is always the prize pool. So if you want to even have that prize pool chance, that number 5 chance, you have to go very aggressive today. And those bottom line teams, they're going to absolutely give it their best.
Oh, that is indeed. If they can't make it to the top 1, top 2, top 3, top 4, top 5, one thing they can definitely do is doing the game for the top dog. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. With no further ado, we are going to be jumping in to the first map of the day. And well, guess what? It's Rondo. The recall systems are going to be activated, which means a lot of chaos.
Oh yeah, the recall always means a lot of chaos. But once again, The only time that we saw 2 different plane line in a single day was yesterday. And once again, as we move to the final day again, no double plane line, no dual plane line in the Rondo match. Once again, you're going from Nanchuan all the way to the Tenlong Garden. And test tracks, the Neox factory, they're going to be an absolute chaos in that particular area. So far, Nanchuan has been secured by the Glublugi Sports. Stadium is being secured by 52, but I see a lot of drops. I see a lot of drops right now, and they're going to go straight up to the Neox factory most probably. But given the last day, there is always that slight possibility that they might not do it, and I'm kind of seeing it go like that.
We've seen Neox Factory be one of the hotspots for a lot of these early round skirmishes on towards the map of Rondo and Test Track as well. Of course, I mean they're right next to each other. It's a hotspot for a lot of these teams to drop in and go for those early game fights. Even if they go down, you do have a recall tower there. But ooh, look at that circle leading towards that western side. Now it's gonna be a little problematic. A little problematic for the teams at the bottom of the map, but at the moment, Hidden Leaf are just going to be getting themselves a couple quick eliminations. They will lose a few, but they will always have that recall coming back in, so it's fine.
Oh my god, yep. That's the first elimination coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing a lot of fights towards the side of area. As me reviews from the DRS side towards the Strix, they are getting taken down, but at the same angle, there's always the HLX versus Alter Ego fight happening somewhere in the area, in the proximity. Abrupt Slayer is also another team that is close to the proximity of the Team RRQ. The Team RRQ, they're going forward, they're getting some knockdowns, but RRQ now is going to face the wrath of that spray by Aman, and knockdown confirmation happening, and Aman is kind of surrendered here. He gets up. He even tries to get inside that compound back in, and he will be absolutely shot at that point. There is no going back from this waterside area back into the safe side compartments. Deva Wax, so far, he's tried, did not happen anything. The utility did not connect, but once again, Vax is going with the fire. He gets the spray. Ulti Saber gets DRS's player down, and Lele Boy, the man, the player that is in the close proximity of the fight. He's healing himself, but gets shot from the back. That is Deva United. Oh my god, a Tetra X77, he comes in, UMP 45 on the low, and right there, and then they managed to take down the team that is on the hashtag number 9 with the 3 eliminations so far. They joined in with the 3-man, and they're gone instantly out of the game.
Already coming in with a man disadvantage, you will expect the DRS to be a little more passive on their gameplay, especially towards the start of the Rondo. Considering the fact that they have the recalls in, right? You probably would expect them to play a little safer, accumulate a few points here, and then go in, go in strong coming in maybe the next map with 4 players, but no, they're gone already. And 3.5 minutes in, already getting taken down on the map of Rondo is a big hit, let me tell you.
Oh yeah, it is always a big hit. Even the day number 1, day number 2, day number 3 Rondo matches were absolute chaos, but 3-1-3. You just put that fire on your own feet at this point in time. You cannot go and rush upon the player at this point. The smokes have been deployed by the hand of Mudney. He threw 2 smokes in the area, but Aman finally has been eliminated by the hand of Desire. The 3-1-3 securing yet another elimination, but so far close to the proximity of Team Shadow Esports. In a short while, we will see the fight once again happening in the proximity as one of the Shadow Esports player, he has rushed in. Dead kill, he's looking out for the player that, okay, anyone's gonna cross is gonna face the wrath of my sprays and the wrath of my fire, but nothing's happening. No sprays are going on. Once again, grenade goes over. It does a little bit of damage on Red Face, but still not enough to take him out. It's a 2 versus 3 scenario. The upper hand, the upper location of this compound is towards the 3-1-3 side of it, as the team Shadow Esports, they're down on the ground floor.
You gotta be careful. There's 1 player alive on the side of STX. They're probably waiting for the recall to come in, but this compound is probably gonna be the main focus now, as both of these teams looking to eliminate each other. 2-on-3 Esports might just be the one coming out on top as Desire drops 1. Can he capitalize on getting that confirmation? Not yet. Players barely surviving, but dead kill from the other hand. On the other hand, actually gets that confirmation, but 3-1-3 now feeling the heat as well as Shadow. They are retaliating. They will probably get a couple for themselves as well. Red Face confirms one with the UMP as dead kill now flows in onto Red Face, and well, Red Face is now a dead face as that's going to be the end phase for the side of Shadow Esports.
That's one team, another one being eliminated, but so is 3-1-3. That's facing the fires, that's facing those shots and getting those eliminations. Yes, the player that was knocked out, that were knocked out and finished off, they have been revived, and so will the last player of the 3-1-3 Esports as well, with the 4 eliminations to their side. All of the players are back into the game, but one team takes the fight, one team wins it over, the second team comes in the area, the third team comes in the area. Now Boom has the same compound where the 3-1-3 took down Shadow Esports a while ago. So far, Boom Esports, that's 4 eliminations. Looking out for them. The only team that have been eliminated are Shadow and DRS in the 6-minute marker. But 1 elimination to the BTR, I still see that onto the elimination feed, and that kind of makes me wonder if the team BTR is actually going to go for that aggressive stances in the final matches in the early stages, or they're going to go for the passiveness and try to maintain their points as much as possible. Because if they can go aggressive, everybody's going to be afraid of them at this point. They're going to take the pressure that, okay, if we give out the points to these guys, then the number 1 placement is secured for them. So we have to not do that, and that pressure is going to make you think twice on whether you want to aggress or whether you want to take the fight against the team BTR or not. So is ASI8 is another name that has nothing to lose, and I kind of want to see them go very aggressive today. Why? Because they're standing on the hashtag number 14. They're barely close to 90 points after this 1 elimination that they have secured in this match. They've jumped up to the 90-point marker. They were below 90 before that, so even less than 100 points is going to be a very big headache for these guys. They managed to secure 10 at least point. They go instantly on the hashtag number 10, hashtag number 11 side. 109, 110 points will get them number 9. And from that point onward, up until number 10 is going to be easy for them. But number 9, 8, 7, 6, that's where the real fight is going to start.
They probably have to be much more consistent than they've been in the past few days. They definitely need at least 4 good games out of the 6 to make that jump to the top, 6, 7 as you said. But at the moment, could be another fight as Alex Precious in not so great position as he will lose his life. The players inside of F1. And now they're closing in. They're trying to find the other players inside of SLX as well. And now Trix has been found. He's going to be retaliating. Takes 1 down. Will be in a tough spot as he will not have any backup. But there's going to be a lot more of enemies coming in against him. But Max Evels, on the other hand, how about the contesting? I did see a player that did contest with oh boy, this is not easy. This is not good. He's in a tough spot. I am 77. He's gone.
Another one out of the game. HLX it is. But ladies and gentlemen, 51 Esports, I see them knocked out. So in desperate need of that rescue, that revival is really needed. But Bigatron, they're taking the fight versus the team Boom Esports. The sprays were engaged upon the players, but no connectivity like on the par that gets you a knockdown has been initiated. But Ryzen car is on the verge of being eliminated. It's on the verge of being exploded. From this point onward, it explodes. The player gets in the dip that the car has generated. Now Bigatron, you're kind of completely all over the area, and the grenades are definitely approaching you guys. Be very careful on whatever you're doing. Ryzen is going to throw that smoke. First of all, he's going to go behind that rock. Will try and initiate the fight through these rocks, whereas Axel on the top of this mountain, he's also trying to diverge all the attention to his side, so the Ryzen can actually leave the area, and that he does. That he exactly does. Gets in the car and instantly vanishes out of the area. An amazing move done by the BTR, and instantly as soon as they get out of the area, there is ASL as a third party angle.
Gotta be very careful with these third parties as well. Boom not in a good position as well. Has already gone down, but you can see one of the players inside of Boom are ready towards a recall tower. So just in case the fight doesn't go their way, they do have a backup, Soda. But at the moment, 2 points for more, and he's going to be back on his feet, and they're going to be safe at the moment. They're in the zone. They don't really have to worry. 10.5 minutes on the clock, 14 teams, 52 players still in the server. Stage 2 circle now coming into play in another minute. Biggestron still holding on to that number 1 spot. Glub, they were united. The only 2 teams I would say are, in contention for that number 1. T2K, they kind of have to try a little harder. But for all of these teams to come out on top, BTR should have bad games. That's the main concern for all of these teams, because BTR are the most consistent ones. They don't have great games, but they never have bad ones either.
I mean, that's the thing. You're staying consistent. That is amazing. But Rizey from the BTR, he's once again in the close vicinity of the fight, and that is 52 versus 313 versus BTR. That's happening as Rizey gets a knock and a finisher instantly. BTR is going to lose one of their players, but look at he's the guy that was knocked out. And situation is not looking good from this point onward. You know why? Because now, as BTR will not only have to take the fight, but also try to think of the fact that, okay, they need to go back. They need to get back into the area and take the fight within the proximity of the size that, yes, the recall needs to be done. The fight needs to be done. We need to secure as many eliminations as we can before this recall system is over. But another one, Federalis, this time around gets taken down. Only with 182 points, they're already down to the last 2 players. The situation is not looking good with the BTR, but Glub, they were united. They have not initiated any kind of aggressive engagement. Yes, they got into the fight early on, and they secured those 3 eliminations, and after that they were done. But ASL versus Boom, and we're constantly seeing a desiring to get up into the area, and finally he succeeds. The circle, in the meanwhile, takes a very hard shift towards the western corner.
Yeah, the circle now will cause a little more, a little more concern for a lot of these teams that are already towards the edge of the circle, because they are going to be visited now by all of the teams, and well, to hold on to their position is going to be probably their toughest task at the moment, as STX are going to be eliminated, and another unfortunate game for them with actually no points whatsoever. They're still on 63 points here, Taurus. I mean, this is, once again, I understand the team is still, there's a lot of learning curve for them, but here's the thing. 63 points, I mean, they would have done better if all they had to do was just survive here on the map of Rondo. And going out, I gotta say, a little disappointed again, especially on the last day.
Same, man, same. I am as well, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. They still have 5 more matches, even this one, to secure as many placements or the elimination as they possibly can. So you never know until it's really over, in fact. But so far, ASI 8, come on. Just a single elimination, close to the fight of Glub Esports, the team that is on the hashtag number 2. The sprays were done, but that could definitely come back and bite you at a later stage when you need to move out of the proximity and move out of the area. But ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time for the recall system to take its end, to get out of this game. As soon as we're gonna hit this stage number 4, that recall towers that the teams had to recall their players back into the game, they're gonna go poof, they're gonna go out. And while we're talking about that, I also want to see where the plane line is gonna take, the circle is gonna take the players from this point onward. Once again, a hard western side shift. I see all the teams at the eastern corners, they're panicking now. They need to move in, but look at that, BTR taking the fight. There is Alter Ego versus Deva United, as well as Alter Ego also takes down one of the players at the BTR, and suddenly BTR loses 3 of their consecutive players.
That was actually pretty insane coming in from the side of Deva. I gotta admit, Alter Ego, third party in the fight, is gonna cost BTR a lot, as now, as you said, just 1 player alive, and Alter Egos, I believe, are the ones who did come out on top, I would say, with an advantage in that fight. Alter Ego Eris, at the moment with 8 eliminations, and BTR with the last player standing, they will have to go for that, a passive approach now to the game, as Deva They have 2 players standing, but one of them is pretty isolated and he's in a tough spot as the grenade will be dealing chip damage. He's in a tough spot against 2 players on the side of F1 and he's going to get taken down and actually confirms the frag as well. That's another point for the side of F1 and they were united now with 4 eliminations into this game. They're up to 153, but with only 1 player standing. Looks like it's going to be another slow game, or maybe that's the end actually. Lele Boy gets taken down. That's the end as 313 Fat Cat shows his door. And now 313 with 6 eliminations. BTR still on top though.
I mean, nobody's taking them down, at least in this match. The next match, maybe by Pubgm Sports. Another name, another very promising name that could have secured that hashtag number 5 has also been eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, we see Pubgm Sports being eliminated on the hashtag number 12. Still, the 11 total teams remaining into the game, they will try move inside of that circle, but F1 needs to heal as soon as possible. F1 needs to get their players back up and running on the reset factor. 313 close to the proximity of ASI-8. The fight can happen at any point in time, so we just have to wait it out if ASI-8 is going to actually engage the fight versus the team 313 or vice versa. Any of those sorts. The spray is definitely connected from the side of 313 upon the team ASI-8, but Glublug is going to be the one that's going to have a third-party angle on the side of ASI-8 that's going to take down one player. Still not the confirmation, so the revival is definitely going to be done. But oh my god, man, if Glublug survives, takes the winner chicken dinner, let me tell you right now, there is a very high likely chance that Glublug will start to initiate those fights even on the next stages of the map. But there we go, BTR is finally gone. No placement points, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be stuck with 182 points in this match. 313 now, they're closed with the grenades, taking down one of the team ASI-8. That was Fessel, leaving everything down to the last man standing iron of ASI-8. Grenades still going forward, no connection so far. The Molotovs, the smokes, everything that could be used against the team ASI, it has been used. Now the shotgun comes in, takes down the player, and it was all over. Within the 17 minutes marker, we're down to the top 9.
And all 3 goers on the other hand are losing players as well as F1 on a rampage now. 313. They do manage to take down their regional brothers there. And well, ASI-8, a lot of hopes. Unfortunately, they will have to come back and try hard at the next map. For now, 313 with the 8 eliminations, as you said. Glublug, they have a really good shot at taking that number 1 spot back in their hands, in the hands of BTR. The moment Abrupt players abruptly disturbed here by the players inside of Alter Egos. And, well, Alter Ego is they don't usually take fights that they don't think they can win. And this is an example of one of those situations as ASL will be out in position number 9, 6 eliminations in the game. Alter Ego is up to 10 eliminations now. But in a tough spot, Udin. They have to, he has to get to safety. He's in a very tough position. And very low HP as well as RIQ now. Very risky spot too.
It is a very risky spot. And they're trying to do the absolute best that they can. But at the end of the day, we never know what's going to happen because the team can fumble at one point in time and instantly that small mistake, tally up to a big one. But so far, what's happening is the case that we are seeing the circle shift. We're seeing the players take their position inside of that circle and even on the outside of the circle. There are shots going on from the Glublug Esports so far, but Alter Ego is going amazing, man. They're going great with those 10 eliminations so far. And for all the team in this fight, there's also the F1 that has been doing amazing and consistent with those elimination numbers. Glublug, quickies here. He's going forward. In the meanwhile, 313 versus F1 has been initiated. There is also the T2K that's getting engaged, knocked down, finished off, down to the last man standing. T2K, things are not looking good for them, but Quickie, grenade. He throws it up, but will it connect? The answer is no, as Mimi secures his position still in the game and still safe side area. I don't think we're going to see the fight against the T2K's last player, Mimi, for a little longer.
Yeah, using the smoke to get some more cover now. He's in the circle, so he doesn't really have to worry about any of that blue zone gimmicks. But at the moment, there are the players trying to, zone in to him. as Mimi now makes his way into those smokes, using that as cover. But the
Oh.
grenade is on point, coming in from Glubblug. It's not just an elimination; it's extra points for Glubblug in terms of eliminations and position placement points. We're now down to top 7. 24 players still in the server. Glubblug still alive with 4. They're up to 6 eliminations here. 160 total points now. It can only get higher from here.
I mean, it's only going to get higher from this point onward. You still got 1 point if you get eliminated from the placement. But after that, it goes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all the way up to the 10. But a grenade goes over the Altered Ego. This is the Altered Ego that we all have been waiting for. That's, I think, the 11th elimination that they're going to secure with this grenade and the spray. But still, the 2 versus 3 factor. It's going to happen. And RRQ, they are more cautious than ever at this point. They know that there's a team, there are players behind them, and in the front line, that is the team F1 Esports. If they're not careful, they're going to be instantly stranded off. But I'd say, Sarvak, what you need to do is you need to make sure that the car is messed up from the side of the team RRQ, and then you just move out of the area, out of the equation. But Udin Patot, ooh. That could have been deadly. That could have been annihilating for the guy. But you know what else is annihilating? The fight between the Glubblug versus the team 3-1-3. Both parties got 1 initial knockouts onto each other. And Glubblug is actually going to lose 1 of their players. In fact, 3-1-3 on the other side with the 3 men remaining that they're all going to lose 1. Maybe will revive it as soon as they can. But, Team RRQ, they're instantly ditching the fight against the team Altered Ego that's behind them, and they're taking the fight against the team RRQ and that, in fact, the team F1. They're pushing. You can see Neferko getting the knockdown on San, now cooking that grenade. He's gonna throw it up, and it may just hit the spot. It may just hit that sweet spot that will take you down. 1 more grenade is going up, and RRQ is gonna face that wrath of that grenade. That's a lot of damage going around, but Tam, be very careful as he gets taken down. We're down to the last player of the team F1 as they get finished off by RRQ. We have 9 eliminations for these guys, 11 for the Altered Ego, and Altered Ego is not stopping. They're coming in, grenades going with the sprays, and they get 2 more with a total of 13 elimination points.
And now RRQ gone as well. It was all about wise decisions. And well, good moves there on the map by RRQ. F1 as well, as a matter of fact, but Altered Ego once again coming on top on the bell one. As RRQ, they once again lack on those position points, but in terms of elimination points, come on, they are on top almost. As 3-1-3 Esports on their hand will be eliminated in position number 5. We're down to top 4 teams. 12 players remaining, ladies and gentlemen, and Glubblug, well, they're still in the mix. There is still a high chance that they actually can get that number 1 spot, but it's still a lot of points to conquer. A lot of teams to conquer to get that winner chicken dinner. But at the moment, Tariq is just waiting to land 1 more shot. But now he needs to land more than 1 now, as is already passed up and back to a decent amount of HP. 9 elimination points for Glubblug. And looking at the map, they have a really good position here. We have to wait for the next zone, the next circle to come into play to see if Glubblug will be pushed out of this high ground advantage, or will they be holding on to their ground at the moment. Tariq will be connecting that headshot, will be getting that knock. Not the finish just yet, just the knock, and they're holding Glubblug. What is going to be the approach? There are 3 players alive here. They only got the knock onto the player. Now the zone will be closing in the next 15 seconds, which means there are going to be some moves on the map as they will be looting the airdrop. And Tariq, I don't know if he knows the person. Yeah, there is a player and he does spot him out, and now he's in a bit of a mix. Has to be careful. He's going to get taken down by the players on the side of 52. Mixu is going to be the one dropping him and confirming immediately. Glubblug have they stepped on the wrong stone? It feels like it.
This is not looking good for the side of the Glubblug Esports. They were 3 men alive. Now they're down to the last man standing, and 52 Esports. They're still the 2-man squad that they are. Yes, there is a knock, and that knock In fact, they were 3-man as well, and now they're down to the 2-man standing. Maxibles, the only team in the entirety of all of this fight that has still the 4-man squad alive. Pika Boy is finally going to get that P90 from that airdrop. That's going to be the very deadliest gun in all of the entirety of this top 4, top 5 that's going on. Be very careful on how you're going to use it up, because you have limited ammo with that gun. You make the wrong moves, you're going to be like forced to reload your gun and waste those precious bullets that could be used in the close range or maybe in the long range quarter. But Alter Ego, you can see them in the back. They're also moving around the area, and Maxibles, they have an easy entry, I'd say easy vantage point against the team Alter Ego too, but they're so fixated on looking at the team 52 esports so far. They've practically skipping out on the Alter Ego's rotations and everything that they're doing. But oh wait, MM08. He's the guy that was cooking that grenade, but before that can happen, Glooblug is going to instantly take down one more player of the 52. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Kimi is back down again by the hand of Glooblug. Glooblug at least want 10 elimination points in this match if they want to like secure a decent number of players, like a placement in the overall close to the number 1 spot. They need at least 10 elimination point and the top 3. They want to make sure that they do not get eliminated here early on in this top 4 fight. They will need to be the second team to get eliminated or the third one to get eliminated out of everything. But there we go. 52 is going to lose one more player. That is mixed with. Grenade goes over from the side of Alter Ego, and Maxibles. This is going to bite you back. Why? Because you were not looking behind when Alter Ego was crossing all the way to the close proximity of you. 08 has been knocked. He will be finished by Alter Ego's side. That's 14 elimination to the players. But Glooblug, man, they're still stuck on 9 eliminations. Slacky gets knocked down. Slacky gets finished off, and we're technically to a 1 versus 2 versus 2.
Indeed, and Glooblug still have a chance to get that number 1 spot. Well, they're still holding on. It's not an easy ask, but it is possible. Max with 2 players standing, Alter Ego with 2 as well. They're closing in. They play on the side of Glooblug at the moment. He did manage to get himself a couple of eliminations, so 2 extra points and more by just surviving, as the position placement will be gained. And now feels like that's going to be the end of his reign in this map. He's going to be using a smoke screen, but it's not going to be of any use, as Alter Ego will be the one dropping glue down. But it's still a very good game for them. 3rd position finish and 10 eliminations. We'll take a look at how many points they've actually conquered in this one. But for now, it's Alter Ego Ares versus Maxibles. A 2v2 classic final circle showdown.
Oh my, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Now this is the final game, a final moment of the match. Number 1, I'm 77, got a grenade, still dodges everything up, but surrounding him are the cars that can be broken, that can be destroyed, and you can utilize that to either eliminate the player or make sure that he do not move from one place to the other one at any point in time. He has to stay there. The player has to stay into the area, because at this point, Alter Ego or Maxibles, it's only up to these 2 teams that needs to take the fight, needs to take that action. And within a short while, we will know who's going to have that winner chicken dinner for themselves and who will take it up. But so far, Pika Boy is behind. There's also the server, Pitot. Finally, Pitot taking that car, moving from the one place to an off angle, trying to figure out where the players are. But you have to remember, you do not have the circle anymore. Nobody has the circle anymore. No one got that sweet, juicy circle, as this is the stage number 9, and this stage number 9 is gonna be the end for all of the players, all of the teams. And I just want to see when the fight is going to begin, when the fight is going to start, because one short mistake, one slight mistake in the Rondo is enough to get you out of the fully engaged Rondo. I've seen players doing a 1v3, 1v4 in Rondo just because their team did a slight mistake.
Yeah, a small mistake, and well, the price you pay for that is going to be pretty huge. The circle now closes in. This is the final zone here. No more circles, no more zones. This is a dead center, as Maxibles closing in the distance, still trolling, proning, trying to see if he can find someone. But Alter Ego, I believe, are going to be spotting one player now. Is it going to be a 1v1 or a 1v2? That's going to be the main question here, and depends on how they want to take, how they want to tackle this approach. Coming in from the players on the side of Max, the smokes and molotovs will be deployed. There's not a lot that can be seen here, thanks to those smokes coming in, but Alter Ego, they will actually lose one, and now I don't think the revival is going to be coming in anytime soon, so it's going to be a 1 versus 2. Alter Ego Aries with a really good chance of closing Zor, but Udin have to be the hero now to come in for a 1v2 clutch. Nasus trying his best to maybe close in and maybe go for the revival, but Udin is going to be caught from the other hand. On the other side of the map as well as Pika gets one. That's going to be the end of Alter Ego Aries. Maxibles, they get the first winner chicken dinner of the final day here at the grand finals.
Oh, they do. They get that winner chicken dinner of the match number 1 of the final day going up. It is amazing the way they entered, the way they came in, and the way they took the fight, and everything was amazing, man. Everything was going great. But once again, this is just the first match. This is just the first beginning. We still have 5 more matches to go, and the next couple of matches are going to be of the Erangel one, the 3 back-to-back Erangel that is coming in a short while, and we're gonna end our day over to the last 2 Miramar matches. So far, everything's going great. The way Maxibles won this match, it's good, it's decent, and the way they were like 4 or 5 man alive at one point in time, I knew it at that point that yeah, they are going to be the one that has the best chance of securing that winner chicken dinner.
That is indeed. I mean, it was a great game, and yeah, at the end, Alter Ego Aries, they did fall short, and Maxibles, well, they're going to be happy with what they've done here. And well, taking a look at the squad itself, we have IM77 with 4 eliminations, 2 eliminations for Pika Boy, Slack with 2 as well, and Murtaza unfortunately did go out pretty early. Relatively early, I would say. 25 minutes is no joke, but relatively early when compared to the other players. 0 eliminations for him, but it did his part. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah, definitely do his part. That is for sure. Maybe even joining with the team gives confidence enough. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the match ranking with Alter Ego having 15 of those eliminations. They're gonna be still on the very top of this leaderboard of the match ranking. Even though they got eliminated on the hashtag number 2. Then we have Maxibles with the winner chicken dinner, 8 elimination. Then that's 18 points. Glublik is there with the 15, 13 for the team 313. F1 is there with the 12, 11 for RRQ, and that marks the double digit of those points altogether. Now moving on, it's 52 ASL boom on the first chart, and the second chart will only show streaks with the 0 points.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate game for them once again. But talking about the MVP, it is going to be Udin on the side of Alter Ego Aries, and he did have a chance towards the end to clutch out a 1v2. A little too much, unfortunately, but 7 eliminations, 855 damage, 2 assists, and a total survival time of 28 minutes and 9 seconds. A very good game coming in from him on the day 3rd. Match number 19 this was. And well, he's the MVP. Can he keep up this performance? Can Alter Ego perform better in the next upcoming matches? Well, we'll have to wait and watch if there's going to be a jump on the overall rankings. But for now, talking about the match summary, we had 97 total eliminations, 8 grenade eliminations, 4 airdrops looted, 4 none of the vehicle mishaps, and well, 49 assists in total, and the heal 9,728. And well, I missed the longest elimination, I believe. But regardless, talking about the biggest dog still in the yard is going to be Bigatron Vitality, 182.
Oh, that's true. That's absolutely true. So far, it's going good. Bigatron by Vitality has done an amazing job, but they couldn't secure those points in this match, at the very least. In the first match of the final day, they only secured that 1 point. Glublik was there with an amazing start, with an amazing games too, from 35, 37-ish point. Now they have changed the substance to 14 total points of a difference. From 25 all the way to 14, it's good. It's definitely decent. And we're waiting for the rest of the games to see what their performance is going to be. Devon United is also doing the same thing. Elimination wise, they're doing absolutely beast moment. 104 points just on the elimination side. T2K is there with the 93 eliminations. Alter Ego is another team that is super going hard with those elimination points. 101 to their side, 313 is there with a 78, 85 with prop players. Moving on to the second chart, it's still almost the same as it was. And moving on, we are seeing like Strix with 63, 68 for the Hidden Leaf, and 90. Still, ASI8, after everything we saw them go through, like those 89 points and that one elimination, they could not secure more points after.
Indeed, and that was kind of unexpected coming from the side of ASIA, but it is what it is, and these are the overall rankings post match 19s. We have 5 more maps left, 3 Erangels and 2 Miramar. As Tariq said, once again, after that, we will crown our champions for Chapter 4. Chapter 3, I believe we did have a different winner, but that was way back in February, and I believe that was Nongshim Red Force, who we don't even have in the mix at the moment. And Bigatron was one of the teams who did come out on top, right? They were in the top 3, top 4, and before that, they were the champions as well of Chapter 2. So now coming in Chapter 4, Bigatron, they will definitely be looking forward to see if they can get that number 1 spot back in their favor. But Glub, come on, I feel like there is a story in the making for them as well, because they've been outperforming themselves through every tournament, right? They've been giving us a better performance every time we see them, and I really love how this team is constantly just improving themselves in terms of gameplay, in terms of calling, in terms of comms as well, and in terms of just understanding the game and how to approach when you're in a very difficult position. Right now, you're in a situation where you don't really have an easy way out. You don't have set defaults, and somehow Glub, they always find a way to come out on, maybe not on top, but at least come out advantageous.
I mean, there's always this case. There is definitely always this case, a scenario. But if my memory serves me right, the Chapter 3 was Train to Kill that got that champion title for themselves. Me and Inferno were talking about that constantly throughout this whole journey, that yes, T2K was one of the contenders. They were the champions of the Chapter number 3, but Chapter number 4 wise, they're not doing the same kind of performance that they did into the Chapter number 3. And it kind of shows. Yes, day number 1 was good for them. They were on the hashtag number 2. Day number 2, on the other hand, that's where the real cookie started to crumble for them. They kind of went down onto the rank side. They kind of left those places. And slowly, steadily, now they're at least on the number 6, 7 spot at this area. So they have to stay consistent. They have to get their consistency back in the next upcoming matches, because only 5 more matches are remaining, and these 5 more matches are going to be like the instantaneous one, because after this you do not get to play anymore. The only points that's going to matter are of these 5 more matches, and after that, tallying up to the total points, you're either going to be the winner, the second placement, or up until to the number 5, or from number 6 to like 16, 17, 18 onward, you're not going to have any prize pool for yourself.
Indeed. So that is something they need to keep in mind for sure. In the next 5 games, well, they all have to deliver their A game. There's no more redos here. There's no more days left here in the Chapter 4. So I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be delivering their best, and I kind of am waiting to see. This was the last of Rondo, I believe, and we will not be witnessing any more Rondo coming in from them. But now we have a little train of Erangel to witness, right? 3 back-to-back before we head down to 2 back-to-back Miramar to close things off. But now coming in with 3 Erangels now, I think we've already seen enough Erangel from a lot of these teams to understand how they're playing. And with these last 3 games, are you expecting a change coming up from any of these teams, as a matter of fact, or do you think we're still going to be seeing those, really quick fights towards the start, and then the mid part of the game where you kind of have a stall and then really chaotic ends towards the map of Erangel?
I mean, you can say that I am waiting for the early stages fights to occur at this point in time. And at the same time, if it doesn't happen, if those fights does not happen, let me tell you, this Erangel is going to be such a slow pace match. No matter how you look at it, we're not going to see the fight up until maybe the stage number 4. And from that point onward, then there is a slight possibility that, yeah, the stages will definitely occur with the fights and everything again. from that point. So there's a lot of possibilities that we're looking at this point in time. It's not just a small ability, because even if one of those Erangel matches does not go out for you, good for you, you still have the rest of the matches. You still have those rest of the games that could be a decent one, that could tally up to a decent match and everything, and still maybe you will have the chance of getting those nice and decent points.
Indeed, indeed, and well, let's see how things will be unfolding here on the map of Erangel. We have 3 Erangels, so these teams will have enough opportunities to constantly improve, and at the same time get that chicken dinner, especially for the side of Bigatron. They will need to have at least 2 decent games and maybe 1 good game to secure that #1 spot, and they don't really need to worry about the last 2 games. But for the side of Glug, they kind of have to keep punching. But at the same time, also Vigo Aries, if they keep performing the way that they did right now, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they were still the highest scoring team in terms of points in this map up. If they can still do it, given the fact that Bigatron and Glug are not performing the way that we expected them to, all 3 areas are also not that far away. They're only like 42 points away. And considering the way that, with an average of 20-25 points, that's just points for 2 games. So there is a really good chance that if they perform the same way in the next 5 games, they can actually gain a massive lead, not just get #1 spot, but a massive lead when compared to Bigatron and Glug.
Oh, the possibility is definitely there. Yes, I agree. I totally agree. But those are the things that will be answered when the match #2 is going to actually begin. When we're actually going to see our Erangel take the flights, take those engagements into the games and everything. Because up until to the point that we see those eliminations, we cannot say anything. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to take too much of your time. We're going to take you straight into the match #2. The Erangel, the initiation, and also the conclusion of the day that will happen after all of these fights. So far, it's going from the Jojo pool all the way to the Milta power plant.
A pretty basic flight power once again, and you can see these teams just taking their sweet time to jump in where they want to. They have a lot of time on their hands at the moment to get that loot, get in position for those fire. Well, keep in mind one thing: there is no recalls here. So if you get eliminated, you are eliminated. So you kind of have to be on the move constantly, and also make sure that you find yourself a very good spot in terms of both visibility and also have an escape plan ready just in case things go south. Well, Milta Power at the moment is going to be where the flight path ends, and well, our flight has already reached its destination, so we'll probably be looking at all these teams jump in, all the players jump in, airside going towards that shooting range area, and we have the circle coming in, and this one, last time we did see that towards west side of the map, and now this one's leading towards the eastern part, and I really love myself some water in the region, and this one definitely has 10 to 15, maybe 15 to 20% of water. And I kind of want to see that water just being present in the next zones as well, which would be lovely.
Hey, I see you, and I see you as the man of culture. The water circles. Heck yes. I want to see them too as much, because I was so desperate yesterday, even in every single one of the matches, that please at least go once toward the water side. I want to see the team struggle, because I personally love that chaos. When the teams are kind of forced into the fact that, yeah, there's also the water inside of that circle, but you also know what else is close to the proximity? The fight. The fight is also close towards the circle side areas too. That is BTR. That was a player of BTR, and he's getting shots. Federales, you gotta do something, man. With that SKS in hand, you gotta do something. You gotta connect those shots. Federales, so far, he's trying to get into the safe side area. He crosses over that broken wall, goes to the other side, and now he successfully, at least so far for now, in the areas of where the car is situated at. He can possibly get into the car and move out of the area, move out of the equation, but battle, in a different plane, shoots at him, gets him taken down. It's a knock and a confirmation happening, but BTR is not going to take that lightly. They're going to come in and take down two of the side of Pubgm Esports. That's two down of them, still knocked out. Not the confirmed way side, but the one player close in the proximity that is taking the fight is Maul. And Maul, he's ready with the UMP-45. There's also Octa in the backlines, but Octa's position, given the fact, I don't think that's going to be very, like, in need of. But the shots, it's definitely coming in from Rice. He gets a knock and a confirmation. Oh my god, now this is an equilibrium. We're seeing the equilibrium on both sides, whether it's the Pubgm Esports or the team BTR. But looking at the BTR, things are not looking good as they're down to the very last guy, and that guy has the S12K, takes down one, takes down two, and gets all the team out of the equation. Still is going to save Axel, but those two crucial players that have been lost in this early fight, it's going to haunt you at one point.
That was a disaster for both the squads, I would say. BTR, they were expecting an easy fight against Pubgm Esports, and Boom, they did retaliate well. In the end, it was a 1v2 with the possibility to revive one more player. But at the end, he did get taken. I mean, both of them just went down to Ryzen, I believe that was on the side of BTR. And well, these are the moments that make you rethink your options, your decisions. Right now, going in, Boom are already gone. 105 points in total, 2 eliminations. Yes, decent start, but they're already gone out of the picture. BTR, on the other hand, they're not losing anything, even if they go out with no points into this one. Yeah, a little bit of added pressure, a mental pressure coming in, but that's it. In terms of points, they're still on #1 spot, and Glue are still so far away. But with only 2 players left now, BTR, it all depends on how they take it forward from here. Will they keep on pushing and be aggressive? Or will they change things up, as you said, shift pace and maybe take it a little slower, get in the point scoring range, and then take risks. So even if you get taken down, you do have those points to lay down to.
I mean, even if you have the points to lay down to, it still doesn't matter because like ETR is right now performing. The moment they're going to get eliminated, Blue is going to have that golden opportunity of securing those points again that they secured even in the Rondo match to figure out the difference between the numbers, difference between the points of the hashtag #1 and the hashtag #2. They're going to minimize that and maybe even overtake the side of the team BTR at that point. But they were united versus Shadow Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that screen. Red face gets a lot of red on his side. He gets a lot of shots connected on him, but still manages to safely get out of the area. Is going towards the Yasna Poliana. Whereas if there is somebody already in the Yasna Poliana, it's going to be a different story. It's going to be a very story for these guys. But I think they were the one that was situated in the Yasna Poliana, and because of this, they know that nobody behind them. So even if they're taking the fight in the front lines, they can easily push back and retaliate out of the area.
That is true indeed. They don't really have to worry about those teams lurking up right now. Shadow Esports, 115 points. Out of the equation, but not quite, I would say. They're still in contention for the 2, 3, 4, 5 spot, a piece of the prize pool. And not just that, it also, they kind of need that experience coming in. They will be coming in stronger and stronger after every chapter, for sure. But at the moment, they will need that push. 3-1-3. 122 points, no eliminations. F1, 4 players alive. DRS, 109, 105 for RIQ, 103 for 52 Esports. All of these teams fighting for that top 5, I would say. But for that, they need to have great games. Boom, on the other hand, have been already eliminated, so they only have 4 more games to maybe make a jump. It's not going to be an easy task. At stage 1 circle now coming to a close, we're looking at these teams making a move. Not a lot of movement on the map, as most of the teams are already in the circle. As Shadow Esports, gotta be careful who you take the fight against with, brothers. It's Glue on the other hand, who have been looking really hard going into today's games, as Leon Might just be the first point of contact here, as he's going to be cooking up a grenade, dealing a bit of damage now.
Oh.
He's calling in for backup, and well, the Tigers arrive as Shadow. They're in the shadow, still holding on to their positions. Leon takes a bit much chunk of damage. Quickie, look at Quickie's position. That's good. That he's the anchor, and he's not going to let go.
That's absolute. That is one angle that's not willing to let go at this point in time, because that's going to provide the cover to the rest of the teams if they're pushing. Somebody else is pushing onto them, but you know what? It's going to be a angle where one of the team Shadow Esports player is on the top of the mountain. Nobody's going to realize that there's a guy on the top of the mountain. Nobody even realizes that there's a guy close to the proximity of the Glublook Esports. But okay, I think they know. I think they know there's a guy on the right side. They're going to get into the car and they're going to move out of here. And this is where you needed that backside cover area from the Quickie side. As soon as Red Face is going to go down, like prone down and spray, you had the opportunity of spraying down your own shots against the team as Shadow Esports to take them down. But fortunately enough, the Glublook Esports side, nobody got hurt, nobody got eliminated in the area. So that's still like the players are alive, they're still in the game, and they're moving away out of the equation. There's Shadow Esports, Gideon moving, but there's RRQ and DRS that's taken the fight, and both of these teams are fighting to stay either on the hashtag number 10 or 11 or number 9.
RQ will be the one coming out on top. Again, DRS gone. Pretty early into the game. Yet another disappointing performance coming in from them. This is not what we expect from this young squad. But RQ, on the other hand, once again, consistent with their eliminations. The only thing that they need to work on and worry about is their position placement point. If you take a look at the the ratio, the difference between the position placement points that they have and the number of eliminations that they have, it's massive. And if they just worked on the position placement a little, I reckon they'd probably be in the top 3, top 4, if not number 1 spot. But regardless, at the moment, we'll take a look at the players inside of Deva United, who are going to be scattered a bit on the map, but they're going to be making their way into the center part of the zone. Is it? They probably are just going to be waiting for that stage 3 circle to come in. Stage 2 ends in a minute, and I believe they have spotted one of the players here. Got to be very careful. Is that T2K? I think it was T2K.
It was. But man, the way everything is going in this Erangel match, I don't know how it's gonna end, man, because so far everything's going either way too chaotic at one point in time, and suddenly after that quick wave of rush, everything goes down to the pin drop silence. But Glublook versus Strix Esports, it's happening at a different plane, as Glublook is going to lose one of the players. That's a knockdown, but Strix Mafia has also been taken down. Strix Esports, the bottom line team, the team that is on the very bottom of the chart, is going to be on a very difficult situation so far. Glublook is here, close to the proximity. There's the Strix Esports, and Strix Esports is looking really promising at this point in time, because they took down one of the Glublook's player. Second one is already knocked down, so it's possibly down to the last 2 players going up in this area. Oh my god, things are not looking good for the Glublook Esports side. Wrong move, one slight wrong move, and it's going to be enough to take you out of the equation. So whatever is happening, whatever is going on, whatever you are doing, you got to do it fast.
Fix. Reverse. Oh, that's reviews, actually. It's going to be in a tough spot, as you said. And Glublook are looking to accumulate more points here going into this one. They already lost one. Leon already bleeding. Now got to be careful. And Glub finally being contested, and they're feeling the heat. Strix might just be the one putting them in the coffin, putting them down under. Now, Glue, this is a very important game for them. If they get taken down here this early into the matchup, well, the happiest ones are going to be BTR and then Deva United for sure. Glue, they will lose the opportunity to go for that revival onto Leon as the last 2 surviving players. They're feeling the wrath of these grenades as Strix Esports. They're reluctant. They don't want to let this go. They need and they want these 2 players to get taken down. Glublook, that's going to be a massive hit. On the other hand, talking about massive hits, BTR are gone.
Oh no! Now this is the time, Glubluga. This is the time for you guys to shine. Take down the Strix Esports, secure those points and those eliminations, and secure your way close to the victory of the hashtag number 1. But grenades are going once again. In the meanwhile, T2K gets eliminated. Hashtag number 4, they were. And now there is a possibility that Alter Ego is once again gonna be on the hashtag number 4 again. Wartruck's cooking that grenade, throwing it up, and oh, that's a beautiful dodge going on. But Strix, more grenades on the way. He's gonna throw another one. It's gonna do the damage. It's gonna do the deed. The player has been spotted one more time. Grenade will go in, and this time the spray, the grenade together is gonna take the player down. But one player of the team Strix Esports gets taken down. That's the second one being eliminated. Third one already gone, and that's a 1v4 from the Quickie side. Quickie. He was quick on his feet. He was quick with his fingers, and he got those triggers connected upon the players. Glooblug still in the game, but as a solo man squad.
Glooblug definitely in it, and as he said, the last man standing now. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him, but a lot of ice as well. That is impressive gameplay coming in from him at the moment. 3-1-3 with no eliminations whatsoever. They're going to be kind of logged in. It feels like, I mean, you might think they're safe at the moment, but guess what? They definitely are not. They have been spotted already by the players on the side of Hidden Leaf, and well, they will come in hiding out of those leaves and will attack them. And not just them, they will see, I mean, a lot of other teams will see this fight, and as the zone closes in, there's going to be a lot of commotion towards here, and F1 might also get into, you know, might want to take this fight. And if they third party this, it's a lot of trouble for the side of 313 Esports. But once again, we are all just speculating as the stage 4 comes in, and they're not that far away from the zone, so they don't really need to make a move at the moment. They still have a couple of minutes to work with, and 313. From a position of disadvantage, I think now they will be pretty safe as they are going to be making the move already into the zone, finding another building maybe or some kind of shelter here. Yeah, they probably will.
So far, this is exactly what the thing is going on. This is exactly how the fights are happening. You can see 313. They're chill, they're in the circle, but Team SE versus ASI8. Ladies and gentlemen, the 15 spot versus the 8 spot is taking the fight for now. And the fight that they are taking is on the side where Team Shadow Esports, they're the one losing the players, instantly revived. Alter Ego, they're also closing in and close to proximity. There is going to be Deva United. Arkrel is here. The shots are being set up upon this guy, and he finally gets out of the car as Zuxi takes him out. Instantly gets denied and finished up. And Deva United, now with this, they are kinda down to the 3-man standing, but so far, the way they are moving, the way they are cemented as, it's a solo move from the Deva United, in my opinion. So a lot of work is needed for these guys. One slight wrong move, even at this point in time, is going to be enough to take them down out of the equation. But look at this, one more fight. It's happening. It's going on. We do have to see if that fight is going to actually be able to take down the player or not. But Petard throws that grenade, it connects. Zuxi also gets taken down by the Shadow Esports side. And Deva United, they're the third party engager at this point in time. Shadow with the third party that took down the player, and instantly Deva United could have benefited from this angle.
Oh, good grenade there onto Laksa. And now Alter Ego Ares, I think they're going to be left alone at the moment. They will be making their way into the circle here, Deva United. And Alter Ego Ares, well, they will lose players thanks to the players on the side of Shadow Esports. There's going to be another finish. And now Alter Egos, I believe, are down to 3 players. 4 eliminations already to their name, though. But Glooblug, 14 points, is it? Yeah, 14 points different between them and BTR. So Glooblug, they still have last surviving player. He has a lot of work to do. Not just surviving probably towards the top 8. And then, you know, also getting a few of those elimination points. As at the moment, we have ASL getting taken out of the server. 122 points is what they are on. And ASI8 are feeling the heat once again from their regional brothers. It's 3-1-3 versus ASI8 all day and all night long.
Man, This is going good. This is going good. The fights are happening, and oh my god. That's a good knockdown using the cars, but Ulti Slayer. Now it's this guy's. Everything is on this guy. The cars are coming in. The players are getting them shots, and Deva United has finally been eliminated out of the equation. They still managed to do some knockdowns, maybe some damage upon the player, but still it was not enough. And the team got wiped out. We're down to the top 10 within the 18 minutes mark. Mixue is also down. That's another elimination on the 52 esports. Ha is going to be the final man standing. And my only question is, Edge, at this point, is why was Ha so further away from the rest of his team?
Not really sure, but I'm pretty sure they do have a strategy that we're unable to pinpoint just yet. The 3-on-3. Holding on. They have the sight set on the players on the side of ASI 8, but the moves that they're making are pretty smart. Trying to go for that switch and bait method, and well, they are tag teaming this pretty decently. Here on the side of ASI 8, Iron has been that veteran for the side for a really long time now, and well, a lot of eyes on him. Let's see how he leads them to, he leads them forward, as a matter of fact. I don't want to call it a victory, but just to say that he actually gets taken down immediately. Oh boy, the Casus Curse has hit him pretty hard. He's gone.
Oh man, this is not looking good. But once again, the fights are happening, and yes, I hate it. It's your time. It's your time to shine. But nope, one has been denied. Hasaki has been knocked out, finished up instantly. Alter Ego close to the proximity. Whoa! Calm down, Hazelnut. With the grenade, he made sure that the car is gonna fly up in all of its entirety. Hazelnut has been taken down, and Alter Ego's Sarvak is going to be the last man standing for the side of Alter Ego. The top teams, the majority of them, have already been eliminated. Look at BTR, look at Deva, look at T2K. Alter Ego could be the next name. 313 is also in the fight, and they're being taken down too. That's one player knocked out, and it's not looking good. Pitot finished up, and right with this, Sarvak cooking more grenade. This can hit the player, but nope. Not at this time around, as SE's grenade is actually going to be the one that's going to hit Alter Ego, and it's going to take Alter Ego out of the equation. Hashtag number 9 it was, and Alter Ego is gone. Gloob looks still alive. Nobody's going to contest their spot for the number 2, but they are going to definitely contest for the number 1 at 174 points have been secured. They only managed to secure 1 placement point in this game and has been eliminated. It is the Custard Curse from my side. The moment I call out their name, the solo player that was alive is gone. But 313 on the hashtag number 6, still alive and ready to take that number 5 for himself.
Oh boy. 20 more minutes on the clock. 313 still alive. Probably are going to be one of the favorites to get the chicken into this one. But in terms of manpower, we still have Max and HLX. Both of these teams surviving with 4 players each. They probably have the highest probability to get that number 1. The chicken dinner, of course. In this match, I'm talking about, not the number 1 overall, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind. BTR still leading the charts with a lead of 13 points over Glooblug at the moment. And once again, when compared to other teams, it's way higher. I'm good at math, but not that good, so I will not be giving you that difference. At the moment, 7 teams, 19 players, 21.5 minutes, a little longer than that. And Shadow Esports now making some moves. The circle comes in. A stage 6 circle will be coming into play in a couple of seconds. As Max, they will start this war against Hidden Leaf, because this one's going to be dragged for quite a long time, if you ask me. And there's going to be a lot of other teams that are going to be wanting a piece of this too. And Hidden Leaf they will have that player back on their feet. So it's once again back to a 4v4 between both of those teams. As ASI 8, is it the last surviving player? Yes, he is, and he's out of the zone. He's in a really tough spot.
Man, the spot is very tough. Ooh, with the top 7 going on, and this kind of a radius inside of that circle. Like, look at that. You only have like a couple, 1 or 2 places where you can actually stay safe into the area. But 313 Fat Cat finally got a grenade, got a knockdown. Will be finished off in a short while. But there's also the HLX versus Maxable. The fight is happening. F1 also wants into the fight. They're gonna throw that grenade. Maybe it's gonna hit, maybe it's not gonna hit. It does definitely do the connection, definitely do a lot of damage, but Fat Cat still goes towards the side of HLX. ASI in the meanwhile, Kiton with the grenade is going to take down one of the Team Shadow Esports player. Retaliation grenades are coming in from the 3-1-3, but no connection is being made. No connection is being connected upon the player. More grenades coming in. No connection. Come on, come on, come on. We need some connections. We need some knockouts with the sprays and everything, but ASI 8, RRQ, together, they took down the Shadow Esports out of the equation. Hiddenly from the very top is going to take down one of the 3-1-3's player. The grenades are not stopping. They're coming in back and forth. Dead kill. Elimination has been given out to the Team F1's DEP. Dep is going to have that elimination, but precious. More smokes, more grenades, and more utilities is being dumped by this guy. But Rig, the position, he got himself in at the top of the very mountain, the ridge of this area. He has the complete control of the surroundings. He can take down at least 1 or 2 more players in this particular area. But 3-1-3 first, they're going to get eliminated. We're going to be down to the top 5, and HLX is going to have 7 eliminations. SI with the 4 as a solo player. There's also the Maxibles with the 1 player remaining and 1 elimination. F1 is also down to the last man standing, but they have given out the revive to the rest of the player, at least 1. So it's a duo for now. The revival will be done. If it is, then it's going to be a trio. But ASI 8 versus RRQ. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. The team that together took down Shadow Esports is now finally going against each other. S12K versus S12K. GenFoss S12K is finally going to connect and take the player down. It's over. And we have RRQ GenFoss taking the ASI player down, but instantly Maxible is going to come in with the clutch and take down the RRQ as well. But officially down to the top 3, almost down to the top 2, because Maxibles, the way things are looking at right now, they're not going to survive for too long.
Indeed, one player just standing right now, and well, he's on a very low points of health as well. HLX at the moment will have that lead, will have that advantage in terms of manpower with 1 extra man when compared to F1. But F1, they're not that far away, and they're not at a reasonable disadvantage, because it's just 1 player, and look at the damage now being dealt, and the positions are pretty decent, being held by the side of F1, and Max Peekaboy out in the open now will probably be fallen to the players on the side of Hidden Leaf, so that should be 1 more extra point. But F1 on the other hand, they will be trying to close the distance between them and HLX, as it's gonna be the last 2 squads remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 4 players on the side of Hidden Leaf, as 3 on the side of F1 try to take that chicken dinner away from the players inside of Hidden Leaf.
Man, oh man, the 3 versus 4 scenario is happening, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to see the winner chicken dinner of the match number 2. From this point onward, be very careful on whatever's going to happen, whatever is going on. Be very careful of your surrounding, guys. As Hidden Leaf Esports, they're trying to figure out where the players are, where the location is of the teams and everything. So far, nothing's happening. Both the parties, they want to be very safe, very secure at this point in time. But finally, the rush comes in. HLX is pushing in towards the side of Team F1. The grenade is going to come in, and Kenny is going to take 1 down. Dep also comes in with the MG3, takes down the 1 player, but instantly the fight is a 1v already. 2, in fact, and not 1v1, but 1v2. Kenny goes out. The shots will connect, but nope. The Team HLX is the one that's going to secure the winner chicken dinner with an amazing entry, with an amazing start, and easily going to secure that beautiful winner chicken dinner.
Oh boy, what a way to end things up. We did think that, Hidden Leaf, and they were taking the fight against another squad with 4 players, right? That they could be in a bit of a trouble, but no, they did come out on top. And well, not just that, they did manage to survive with 4 players towards the end. And well, Max did try their best, but they did go they did get taken down by multiple squads, as we were talking about that as well, right? You know, there were so many teams there in that last proximity that it was really hard for any of these teams to actually capitalize. But lucky for the side of what was the team again? I'm so sorry. But the side of Hidden Leaf, yes, of course. Their position was not compromised yet completely. There were a couple of they were playing a good split, and they were in a position where they could always go for a mix-up, and they regrouped and took those fights together, and they finally overwhelmed the opponents with the numbers advantage that they had over everyone else in the server.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely true, but the way everything went up, the match ranking shows us that HLX is going to secure those 11 elimination points, a total of 21 total points for their side. The second team that's going to be on the number 2 spot is going to be the RRQ with 14 total points for themselves. F1 is with the 8, Maximal with the 7 alongside of ASI8 and SE. There's Glublug still securing those 6 points, and compared to the Glublug, BTR is going to be there with the 4. So that 14, that 12 points of a difference that it was before, now it has come down to either a 12 or a 10.
Indeed. And now, kind of want to see where the teams are going to be ranked on the overall as well, because that's what matters at the moment. The top 5, top 1, I don't think. Top 2, actually, as a matter of fact, I don't think there are going to be any changes. But my MVP of the match is going to be Zaraki on the side of Hidden Leaf. Well, this Nepal team is absolutely popping off. We were expecting DRS to actually come out on top, but no, this one is popping. 5 eliminations, 1000 plus damage, and there's a really good chance that they can actually be one of the top dogs and one of the teams to look out for. 64 total eliminations, 1 vehicle elimination, 38 assists, 620 eliminations, 3 airdrops looted, 8297 total heal, and highest damage dealer 1049. That's Zaraki on the side of Hidden Leaf. And that's the match summary for you, ladies and gentlemen. 20th match of the grand finals. We have 4 more left after this.
Oh yeah, 4 more matches to go. This is the match number 20, but on the overall, still it is Bigatron by Vitality. Yes, the difference between the points from 14 to 12 it is, ladies and gentlemen. Glublug is there with 174 points. Then we have 154 points for the Deva United. T2K with 144. Alongside of Alter Ego Eddies too, 144. Both of these teams are just one point away, or the position away, of taking each other's spot at this point in time. But all the other teams, number 9, it goes down to the 120. From 186 to 120, that's the jump that we are seeing. You can imagine already what the difference is going to be from the number 9 all the way to the number 17.
Indeed. And holding on to that number 1 spot is definitely going to be a big task for BTR. And yeah, I mean, I'm taking a look at the past notes. I kind of did get that, T2K were the winners of the Ultimate Grind Chapter 3. And what I was talking about was the Battleverse Chapter 3, which was way back in February. So yeah, T2K, they're still in the mix, and they do have a really good chance to close things off. But BTR are kind of running away with that lead, and T2K, I don't want to call it, lights out just yet, but we could see those lights kind of dimming now. And BTR, even Glublog now have a really good chance to actually run over with the number 1 spot. But it feels like it's a battle between only these 2 teams to get that number 1.
I mean, the fight for the number 1 is between definitely these 2 teams. The rest of them, they're trying their level best to stay into the top 5 at this point in time, because in these 4 next matches, I don't think it's possible for any of the team from number 6, number 7 to onward to get that many 60, 70-ish point to get into the number 1 spot. It's almost seeming impossible. So yeah, the top 3, we can say, yes, they're taking the fight against each other for the number 1, but the rest of them, they're just there for the fight as to get into the hashtag number 5, up until the hashtag number 5. But yes, man number 2 is done. 2 more Erangels and 2 more Miramars are remaining, and these 2 Erangels are going to be the absolute chaos this time. Why? Because now that everyone has tasted a little bit of that aggression, a little bit of that destructive forces, we are definitely going to see it grow even higher.
Yeah, I'm definitely waiting for that Boom to come back in once again. Boom and Bigatron. That first fight was kind of, I don't know, man. I mean, kind of weird, kind of silly It felt like, by both of these teams. So now coming into this one, definitely going to be witnessing a much more, you know, much more passive approach from the side of Bigatron, I would say, but much more strategic approach from the side of Boom, because they once again don't have a lot to lose, so they would probably still be pushing. But Bigatron, on the other hand, now that Gloob looks right there, right behind them. I mean, the gap now is just what, 12 points, as you said. It's about time that Bigatron also, tries to get a decent amount of points every game from here on forward. 4 games, and they can get at least 10 plus in every game. I think that should be enough for them to keep that lead and keep that number 1 spot. But if not, Glue might just be the ones coming out on top in a twist that I don't think is going to be a big surprise for any of us.
Hey, I mean, at this point in time, the players are in desperate need of those points, especially the Glooblug. And we saw them do this desperate move even at one point in time where they got into the fight, and that fight was kind of not working out for them. Still, Quickie managed to take down the elimination at the 1v4. So it was good. I'm sorry, I was about to sneeze. Sorry for that. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the match number 3, the Erangel. How it's going to unfold, nobody knows. But I can say one thing for sure, that there's going to be an absolute target on Glooblug and BTR.
That is for sure. Right now, I mean, for us and for the audience and for the fans, they are the heroes. But everyone else in the server, they are the villains. And they are going to be the first ones that everyone's trying to take down for sure. And well, they got to be careful with the approach, with how they're going to be jumping into this game. As a map of Erangel, as you said, we already tasted once, and now things could get a bit more aggressive. I mean, on the other hand, I think it might get passive, much more on the passive side. But if it, as much as I think it can go towards a slower pace of the game, it can also get aggressive. You're definitely right about that. We could see these teams absolutely coming in, and they know exactly where Bigatron is going to go. They know where the Gloobugs are going to go. I mean, come on. If these teams just change their drop locations, or after dropping in, if they go in for those fights pretty quickly, this could change the entire script for a lot of these teams.
I mean, at this point, what you really need are those engagements and everything. You have to stay consistent for the rest of the games. It's not about the fact that, okay, you can do one great match and then you just go down the slope and not get any point. Stay consistent in every single match is the key from this point onward to stay on the very top of the leaderboard. BTR, I did not see them do it this time on the match number 2. I'm gonna be honest. If they do it again on the match number 3, there's a very high likely possibility that the second half phase of the whole games, the whole matches where the Erangel and Miramar are gonna come in, that's gonna change the whole momentum, and maybe even Glooblug is gonna take that top spot. Glooblug was at least, in my opinion, consistent with at least one team fight. They were there, they took down the team, the full team, even though they lost 3 of their players. That's a different story, that they lost 3 of their players. They still managed to secure at least 4 elimination points. And even after those 4 eliminations points, they came in, I think, at the hashtag number 8 or 7, somewhere in that area with the survivability.
Yeah, indeed. With the hashtag number 7 or 8, you're probably you're having a not so bad game. But if you're in the top 5, that's when I think you could call it an average or a decent game. I would say above average, maybe not average, but a little above average. But above that is what you're probably going to be aiming for. And the consistency, as you said, it's all about that consistency. Even if you're not great every single game, if you're in a decent position every single time, that probably is gonna be the key to get that number 1 spot. We've seen a lot of the teams, not just in this tournament, but a lot of other tournaments as well, where you have a couple of teams that go hard in with those elimination points, with the position points, and then you just have teams that are performing consistently with no chicken dinners as well. They still get that number 1 spot. It is all about consistency, and well, it all comes down to how these teams performing. The next few games, 4 more left for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're done with Rondo. We're done with 1 Erangel, 2 more left, and once again 2 more Miramar to end the day off. And the chapter 4 of the ultimate grind. Will BTR keep that lead to their name, or is any other team, not just about Glooblug, but any other team, steal that number 1 spot? It's going to be heartbreak for the side of BTR if that actually happens. But once again, as I already said, it's not going to be a big surprise because now PR side these last two games, they've not been stepping on the gas as much. But the other teams, especially Glubluk, they are putting the pedal to the metal and they're coming in hard.
Oh, they definitely are, but more consistency is really needed by the teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head over to our match number 3 of the day. We're about to head over to our halfway done after this match is finished. But before that, we present you the match number 21. The Erangel once again, starting from all the way to the northern side areas. Oh my god. This time, it's a great playing line. I loved it because it's favoring the majority of the northern angles. Kameshki, Stolber, Lipovka, all those northern angles, Severny, shooting range, but as well as some of the good southern areas as well, like school, the apartment, the Pachinki is accessible for the teams if they want to go towards the hospital or the Gutka. Even Gutka, in my opinion, is kind of accessible for the players.
It is. If someone actually wants to make their way there, it definitely is accessible, and there should be at least a couple of squads making their way. And look at all three areas once again, dropping in a little spread towards Lipovka, maybe going towards Milta Power here. Not really sure. DRS. Kameshki is a good spot. We don't usually see a lot of teams making their way, but that's also because of the fact that this flight path actually allows you to go to that point of the map. Mostly you don't really see teams dropping in towards Primorsk, not pretty often. Just few teams and Zarki as well. But this one, Severny, T2K might be in for a surprise here, as it's going to be another squad going in for a fight there, as the circle is almost in the dead center, and this is probably going to be one of those standard Erangel matches.
Oh, it is. That's the thing. But ladies and gentlemen, early stages, the fights are happening. T2K is here. Hasaki getting knocked down in a finisher. ASI is going to lose one of their crucial players. There's also the Suba that has been taken down. Kitan is the reason for that. And Severny is going to be an absolute bloodbath right now. So RQ, Team F1. The fight is happening at a different plane. There's also the Strikes versus Maxibles going around, but so far our eyes are set up upon the fight of T2K and ASI. And ASI has secured the 3 eliminations so far. Charlie is going to be the final man standing for the side of Team T2K. A slight mistake, a slight shift is going to be enough for the full team wipeout. Be very careful, T2K, on whatever you are doing. One slight wrong move is going to be enough to take you out and out of the equation. The number 4, you're on the hashtag number 4. The team Alter Ego is right behind you with just 1 point of a difference. You get eliminated here. There is no coming back from that. There's definitely going to be Alter Ego coming on top from that point onward. So whatever team is doing T2K right now as Alter Ego, look at in fact ASI, look at them. How are they going from one place to the other? Finally gonna jump in, is gonna use that JS9 to get that elimination, and forward elimination for the team ASI 8. Finally coming in Severny, and they take down the fight and they take down that engagement. Oh my god, what an amazing start, what an amazing engagement that we have seen at the early stages fights. T2K, the team that is on the hashtag number 4, they have been eliminated with just 1 elimination point to their side, and that was on the team ASI. But oh, wait a minute, Gerard is here with the shots, the fires from the side. He connects. Oh my god, M1 Gerard, this gun is the next Mini 14 plus the M24 combined. The shot, it connects, the connectivity, it gets it straight up amazing. And we're seeing that to get a knockdown on one of the players of the Glubluk Esports. That's a knock and a confirmation, and Glubluk is potentially down to the last 2 players now. They're down to the last 2, whereas the third one that was knocked, he's being revived right now. But 313, now they have a different angle. Now they have a chance of going for that aggressive stance. But Dead Kill, he's the guy that has been knocked out into the complete open wide area zone. So Quickie, Tariq Sist, he can get that elimination, but Desire has been also knocked out. That's a second elimination. That's a second knockout that we are seeing on the side of 313 Esports. Yes, they are going for the rescue. They are going for the revive. The player has finally been breached and revived as well, but will the third player also get that revive? Will all the players get that rescue or not is the big question. The card is here, the players are rushing up. Tariq says he's coming in and he's gonna take the fight against the Madani. Madani's gonna shoot, but instantly he's gonna be denied that elimination. Then another player gets taken down, and Glublug initiating the fight with the 2 eliminations so far to their side. That's a third one coming up, and 313 is gonna be instantly down to the very last guy. Fat Cat is the only hope for the team. The card is about to explode. Leon, be very careful on whatever you're doing. He's getting back inside those container side areas, the safe zone angles, and now Tariq says to know that there's a guy that is the last man of the 313 in the proximity, and oh my god, the grenade's going, the player's getting knocked down. Some eliminations are happening at this point. Fat Cat, it's up to you to get that elimination, but nope, Glublug is finally gonna take that final elimination out of the equation, and 313 instantly gone, dusted out of the game. That's 4 elimination of the Glublug Esports without a big casualty. Glublug with 3 men standing. 4 elimination, ladies and gentlemen. Instantly he's gonna put one guy in the car. He's gonna get into the compartments, the houses, and after that they are gonna go for that rescue. But so far things are looking good for Glublug, and if BTR did not initiate any kind of fight, it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see the difference of approach going into this Erangel when compared to the previous one. Much more quieter, much more slow paced and composed here, coming in from the side of BTR. And well, I usually say that it's a good thing, but the moment it kind of might backfire, as Glublug already have 4 eliminations, as you said. You know, they're looking to get that assert their dominance pretty early into the game, as we have Strix now feeling the heat coming in, as F1 are going to be eliminated with the players on the side of all 3 gorillas. Strix Esports now putting the heat on the players on the side of Hidden Leaf, as there is going to be one getting taken down. It's Jiggle Horror, who's going to be gone immediately. Strix with 2 eliminations, still working their way up as they are trying to take down the entire squad of Hidden Leaf. Set 69 in a very tough spot, trying to close down the distance, but where's Strix? He's very far away, and Sid's gonna get taken down. Trix now the only one standing. Strix, on the other hand, with 4 players, and Trix, well, as much as the name rhymes, it feels like he's not gonna be able to take all 4 players down, and that this could be a squad wipe by Strix, as Strix now trying his best to maybe get at least a point before getting taken down. And there you have it. He will get 1 with the DBS, but that's about it. And that's not even a confirmation. That's just a knock, as he's gonna get taken down as the smoke dissipates. So will the squad of the side of Hidden Leaf, and that's gone. 13 teams now, 45 players, and a great start to the game for the side of Strix, as they're on 6 eliminations. But a little too late now, is it now? Isn't it? I mean,
that is the case. Hidden Leaf Esports versus Strix it was, and Strix won it out beautifully, not losing a single player from their side, but getting a lot of eliminations to their opponents is definitely a plus point, and no matter how you look at it. So far on our screen, close to the proximity with the all. Wait a minute, Abrupt Slayers in the close vicinity of Deva United? Nah, man, nah. Now this is what I'm looking for. This is the fight that I need to see. Boatyard it is, and the fight, we have to see if it's going to engage or is going to begin or not. So far, Abrupt Slayers is here. No connection, no fight, no engagement. Only the throwables that they use to loot out the players or make them disengage from the fight happen. And after that, the next fight that we're going to see is on the BTR. The BTR is getting those numbers down for some reason. They're getting their players' number down. Ryzen is also down and dusted. Finished up. Not looking good for the side of BTR, as they're down to the last 2. One is in the school apartment. The other one was in the car. Ryzen now getting out, moving in the buildings. He want to make sure that he is together with his teammate. Because if one more gets a knockdown, that's an instant rush waiting to happen.
Indeed. We've already talked about it. They cannot make any mistake, no matter how big or small. BTR once again finding their praise. It's Boom Esports. Stuart's cool as well. 2 players gone already on BTR side. They will have to be very, very cautious with any of the moves that they make from here on forward. Boom. Will they be able to get more here? They already have 1 elimination to their name, and they are actually putting down players on the side of ASI 8. And they will get the confirmation too. Iron is not having a good day today. ASI 8, they lose another. They're down to 2 players now. 4 eliminations into this one. They do cross that 100-point threshold. But once again, a little too late. But regardless, an achievement nevertheless, as Boom Esports. This time with a change of approach to the game, to the map. And it seems to have worked out for now. As they have 2 eliminations with 4 players standing, 107 points, but they're standing at 12th position. And they will need a massive game in terms of points, 25, maybe 30, to have a chance at the top 5 positions. But ASI 8 on the other hand, Keaton and Faisal, both of them, holding on to their position towards Razak. Don't really want to initiate a fight that they can't take. BTR can't really move out of that vicinity too. Boom have multiple teams under check at the moment.
That's the case with battle in the poolside area from the Boom Esports side. I mean, looking at Boom with 2 eliminations, 4-man standing, it's a good initiative that they have done, but they need a lot more like elimination points. But oh, that was a good grenade on the side of Maximal Esports. 1 more grenade is going. The second one is also in the vicinity, but none of them connects this time. Strix Esports is finally going to go into the fight versus the team Maximal. Does meet us loop alone that HP side. He gets a knockdown, gets finished up instantly. Now Strix is finally going to come in and take the last man down of the side of Maximal Esports. Even though Maximal was here, and still with all of this engagement that happened, oh man, they managed to take down at least 2 of the players of the side. Oh, come on. This is not good. This is not good no matter how you look at it. Strix Esports, you had a good opportunity. You had a good, amazing start. But what happened after those 8 elimination numbers that you secured, 7 elimination numbers you secured, you managed to slack off. And that slack off led to the destruction of 2 of your players. But Sexu comes in with a grenade, takes down Zuxi. Zuxi has been eliminated. There is Sarvak coming in, getting the knockdown, getting the finisher. The left side, the player is coming in as well. That's what K's are not going to stop and get the player down and out of the equation. DRS, oh, come on. You have nothing to lose. Go together, fight together, but DRS is slacking behind. And now the fight is a 1v1 as Sarvak. If he manages to secure this elimination as well, then he's going to be really close to the fact that on the number 3, he can actually go within this match. But instantly he has been taken down, and Altered Ego with this is finally going to be taken out of the equation.
For a moment, I had hope too that they could actually get that number 3 spot for themselves, and they could also be, you know, in one of the contenders for number 1 then, because you'd never really know how things could actually turn out. But DRS now with the last player standing, are trying to take the players down on the side of BTR, I'm sorry, and they might just be able to do so, but I spoke too soon as Razy comes in, and he will save his teammate and the hopes as well for the side of BTR, and crush the same for the side of DRS as they go on once again. This time, not pretty early, but still relatively early into the game. As BTR get themselves the first elimination of the game, they will move up to 187 total points and 1 step closer to that point in a position placement accumulation zone. So, yeah, it's looking decent for the side of BTR. I wouldn't say great. But as I said, all they need is a pretty average game of 5.6 points. It's also still better than 0 for them. And we all know how deadly they can be. As the zone comes in now to a close, 40 minutes in, 9 teams, 27 players. At the moment, there is a knock somewhere on the map of Erangel. There could be a confirmation. We'll be down to 26. But at the moment, it's quite quiet. I was going to say quite silent, but yeah, quite quiet makes it.
Oh man, It's a very silent map going around. It's quite silent, and nobody's making any kind of moves anymore. This top 9 is going absolutely chaotic. It's going to go absolutely chaotic as soon as the circle is going to start to close in, as everyone is going to try to get themselves inside of that circle. But I see Glublook, I see RRQ. The fight will happen. The sprays got connected by come on, Leon. Come on. If you're the Leon that I know, you're not supposed to miss those shots. I think you and I both know which Leon we're talking about, but VTR coming in, taking down the 52 players, as well as the rest of the team that are being eliminated. DRS is the team that has been eliminated. Okay, there we go. The shots are coming around. Some says here, but it's a back and forth. Going up. Those eliminations happening. Still, the 27 players in the game with 2, elimination to the side of Boom Esports. It's good. It's decent so far. But the top line teams, BTR, Glublook, Deva United, they're all alive.
That's a good thing, and a very scary team. Scary thing as well for a lot of these teams at the top. BTR, Glu, Deva United, all 3 teams now in the top 3. They got to be worried. They have to be worried about players on the side of Boom, Airside, and Strix, because they don't have a lot to worry about in terms of losing. But the ones at the top, well, they gotta perform well. At the moment, BTR sticking together. They're gonna be spotted, taking a little bit of heat, but will not be enough to make them worry just yet. But look at this, a beautiful move coming in from Razy as he jumps in, and along with Federals, will be able to take down the entire squad of Shadow Esports, is it? Or is it just 2 players? Wait. They actually did manage to take down 2. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, that's the case. Because if you remember, Maxibles also took down 2 of the players of the... No, that was on Strix, not Shadow Esports. But Shadow Esports, yeah. 2 of the players of the Shadow Esports, they're down. And right with this, they're going to be down to the last 2. Boom Esports, Sanju, Okta. They're close to the proximity of the BTR, the team that is on the very top of the leaderboard. The fight is going to happen. Okta cooking that grenade up, as well as Fedralis. He didn't throw it up on the player side. Nobody going to go on the connectivity. The sprays are going, and Kitan comes in, gets that knockdown as a third party on Boom Esports. He gets that shot connected, and right with this, it's going to be a confirmation, at least on one of the players, the Boom Esports. Kitan finally gets eliminated too, as Vessel is going to be the final hope of the team. Boom Esports with a 3-man squad now. They're going to secure those for elimination, but BTR, they're the one they still have to worry about, and they still have to think of. But BTR, they're not going to stop from this point as one player gets taken down. Sanju is low on that HP. He gets healed up by to the 75. Pedralis is also coming in close. The Sanju is going to take the fight. The sprays will go on, but who will get that knockdown is the big question. So far, Battle tried, but he got finished off, and now Sanju is going to be the final hope for the team.
Boom. Sanju, as you said, the final hope. Will he come out with a boom, or will he go out with one? That's the question now in all our heads, as RQ are going to be taken down too. A good grenade now towards his way. And well, takes a bit of damage, but still alive at the moment. Federals closing in the distance. The grenade is going to be cooked up as BTR now trying to take down the player. On the side of Boom, there have just been a curse that Boom cannot overcome, as BTR once again put the screws to the players inside of Boom, and they will survive. This is a great recovery going into this one. These 2 players have made it to 6 eliminations, and not just that, top 5 now. So Glublook, they have to work that much harder. With 3 players alive, they only have 4 eliminations though, but they also have a really good chance to get the chicken dinner. But Deva United might be the ones crushing the dream for the side of Glublook into this one.
Man, the top 5 it is. Shadow Esports with 0. 2 for the team. Abrupt Slayers. There's the Bigatron by Vitality with the 6 eliminations this time around. There's also the 4 for the side of Glublook Esports. And then we have the 3 eliminations for the side of Deva United. But the players numbers that are live that is going on. 4 players for Zeva United, 3 for the Glue Blue, 2 for the BTR, then we have 2 for the Abrupt Slayers, and lastly but not the least, you can see Shadow Esports with also the 2-man squad. So it's a 2 versus 2 versus 3 versus 3 versus 4. The team that has the highest probability of securing the winner chicken dinner is definitely going to the Deva United just because of their sheer manpower. But the next circle is going to determine who's actually going to have the upper advantage of securing those eliminations and that winner chicken dinner for the team.
Five teams, 14 players, 21st minute actually. Now, 4 players alive for the side of Deva United. Probably are going to be the ones favorite at the moment, probably, in terms of manpower. But Glublook trying their best to maybe get themselves another elimination here before they take the fight on multiple ends. Beautiful grenade there coming in from Quickie onto one of the players inside of Shadow Esports. And now Shadow in a tough spot as Target's going to get taken down too. But who was that? Was that Deva? That is Deva indeed. There is retaliation, but they might have to make a decision here. And Glue, they're lacking behind. They're unable to go for this fight as they will lose one. And Quickie now in a tough spot too. He's going to be spotted out. Leon is in a position where he can help no one. Quickie will be hitting himself up, and Gideon will be able to go for that revival. 8 seconds now, but I don't think anyone outside of Glue can actually close in the distance. Is there any more? Are there any more grenades? I don't see anything being cooked as well. A little too late now, isn't it? But Quickie will be cooking up another grenade. Will it land on any one? Nope, not close at all. Shadow Esports though, they'll be happy now as the players back up to decent amount of HP too.
Man, come on. Take the fights. We're waiting for it. We're waiting for the fights to engage to happen, to get into the end zone moments. I want to see that action. I want to see that aggressive stances by every single one of these teams. So far, it's going good. It's going decent. But how is it going to affect all these players, all these angles, and how the fight is going to begin? SE, they're going forward slowly, steadily into the area. There's Gideon. There's a second player of the team, SC. The boatyard is somewhat inside of that circle, but not entirely inside of that circle as well. And slowly we're seeing everything going around, going into the fights. And 22 minutes have passed. There's the boat. There's the yard. Gideon moving forward. Close by close, cover by cover. But there's so many teams and so many surrounding areas. The moment you're going to be putting yourself into the open, you're gonna get those shots on you, man. So whatever these teams are doing, they need to do it with somewhat of a cover zone angle.
Indeed, you got to be very careful, especially towards these final few zones. You got to always watch your back and always have the presence of mind to know where you are and present on the map. As Shadow Esports now being caught in the crossfire there. Not really sure what to do as Deva United. They're going to be closing in the distance too, as they're going to be taking one of the players inside of Shadow Esports down. They will get themselves another elimination thanks to those beautiful grenades. That's a squad wipe. Shadow Esports gone in position number 5 as they're down to top 4 as BTR. They lose 1. And he's not out yet. So Deva United now finally decides to push that lever, and they've changed paces as ASL. They're still alive with 3 players, but I don't see them anywhere on the map. And just as I say that, I do spot them out right now. They're in a good spot. They don't want to take the fights at the moment. It's going to be BTR, Glublook, and Deva United. All 3 teams fighting to see if anyone can get any more points. The ASL, I think, are going to be playing it smart at the moment, waiting it out, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, maybe get as many points as possible before getting taken down. Or if not, they could actually come out on top with a chicken dinner.
Oh my god. Man, it's top 4. And what can I say? The top 2 teams are still alive. It's the fight between the top 2 teams at this point in time. The BTR versus the Glublook. The Abrupt Slayers and Deva United, they're just here for that third party, fourth party engagement to steal that elimination away from the players, from these like engagements and everything. So we gotta wait it out for the players, for the teams, whatever it is going to be. Man, come on. Glug. Abrupt players. They're very careful in the area, man. They're very careful in this particular location. Risey, he's here. Closing in. Moving forward. Going for the fight. BTR is also in the back lines. The thing is, the BTR, they're so far away from the circle. Like, the moment they're going to move in, oh, man. They're going to get absolutely decimated into the fight, and there's a very high likely chance that BTR is not going to survive trying to get inside of that circle whatsoever. So there is going to be that factor that in all of this fight, BTR is going to be the first one to get eliminated out of the top 4.
Vitality. That is Bigatron by Vitality. BTR, of course, a really good chance for them to close things off here from a position where they were one of the teams that were going to be eliminated pretty early into the game to a position where they have a chance to get the chicken dinner and, you know, just enhance that lead that they already have on the scoreboard on the overall, as ASL on Skype now feels the heat as Aman takes one down on the side of Deva United. He does take a bit of damage though. Deva United now with an equalizer. They're 3-3. It's not an easy fight, and if any of the other teams decide to go for the third party here, this is going to cost a lot for the side of Deva United and Club Blue. I think it's a perfect opportunity if they want to take a risk, make a move. BTR, I could say the same for them too. But with the way these two players are playing on the side of BTR, I don't think any risk that, you know, any extra risk are necessary, because they are doing very well, and whatever strategy they've cooked up, it's working out pretty great for them. As Deva United, they'll have all 4 players back up their feet, and now all they need to do is overwhelm the teams, overwhelm the players with the amount of manpower that they have. Nothing else. They can just keep it rolling. Stage 7 circle coming to an end in a few seconds, as a good grenade actually pushes Ulti Saber out of the position. Had to retreat there, as ASL holding on right now to dear life, as they are going to be bombarded by the players on the side of Deva United. But guess what? It's Glublo who joins the party too. There's a knock. There is going to be many more knocks coming in, as Deva United finally decide to invade the building that the players on the side of ASL are in. So this is going to be a pretty impressive move. And well, for ASL, I think it's lights out.
Oh, man. Now, finally, the fight is closing on. The players are pushing in. On Sky, it's all up to you, man. With the DBS in hand, you have to connect those shots. You have to make sure that the connection is there. The Deva United back. Tax comes in, gets knocked down. No! This is not looking good. But still, Deva United manages to secure those eliminations on the team of Pro Slayers. Now they're down to the last man, but there's a grenade. Lele boy, be very careful. He barely dodges that grenade up. Gets out of the equation, gets out of the area. And more grenades are coming in. The sprays are coming around. BTR is still alive. The top 4 is looking really feisty at this point in time. Risey coming in, closing in the building, as Lele Boy is finally going to get some shots connected on Federalis. Risey needs to go up. Risey needs to get on the top of this building. He needs to move this card as soon as possible, man. Molotovs, grenades, the flashbang, everything is going to be thrown away upon the players. The flashbang was there. Nobody got connected. Everybody's alive from the Deva United. It's a 4-man party. Grenades being cooked, being thrown. Will they connect? The answer so far is no. Not even the damage, but the DS-12K, shotguns, finally making their turns. They're coming in. They're pushing in. The player jumped out of the house, and now Bigatron has finally been covered by all 4 angles by the hand of Deva United. They have secured all the perimeters of the Bigatron by Vitality. Why? Because they wanted them to go up on the top. They wanted them to take that first floor, because they could throw Molotovs, they could make them catch on fire, and use all their utilities, dump on them to get those elimination numbers. But the fun fact is, the more like weird fact for me is that nobody is still getting eliminated. But finally, there we go. Quickie gets a knockdown and a finisher by the hand of ASL Jane. That's a knockdown, and BTR is also receiving that elimination side as Risey gets knocked down. Federalis is going to be the last man standing. He gets in the circle, he gets in the smoke, he gets a knockdown, 2 knockdowns in fact. The third one is right in front of him. He can use the shots, he could use these utilities, and the shotguns can get those connections upon the players. The third one, will it go down? The answer to that question still is going for a no so far. The fight is a 1 versus 1 versus 3, in fact 2 versus 1 as well. But there we go. The first team to get eliminated out of the top 4 is going to be the BTR, and with the BTR being eliminated, there is a high good chance of Glublook Esports securing some decent more points for themselves. But the fight, oh man, Abrupt Slayers, they're not giving up, they're not pushing too much inside of that area, but the final circle is closing in 1 minute. Stage number 9 is going to close up, and you have no way of getting out of this. The MG3 versus the UMP45 is finally going to happen. The player needs to jump down, the player needs to take that shots in his own hands. He goes over there towards the other side of the building, takes those shots, connects it up as Jane gets eliminated. Then Glublook gets eliminated, so still Glublook manages to secure on the hashtag number 2, but Deva United is the name. Ladies and gentlemen, with the beautiful winner chicken dinner of the match.
Boy, oh boy, what an intense end to the game there. But here's the thing. Even though, BTR, it did feel like they kind of were going to get taken up pretty early into the game. They did manage to secure some decent amount of points in terms of eliminations and in terms of position placement too. So I think that number 1 spot is still theirs. And not just that, I think the gap is definitely going to be pushed a little more by Glublook. They're catching up just not enough, I feel like, with 4 eliminations coming in and hashtag 2 finish. They're catching up, but BTR still have it. So we'll see how things unfold into the next few matches. The last 3, I believe we have 1 Erangel and 2 Miramar. But taking a look at the winner chicken dinner team stats, we have Deva United with a brilliant performance coming into this Erangel.
Man, a brilliant performance indeed. The elimination number wise, they've got 12 total of eliminations in the match, meaning 22 points have been secured by these players. That is the WWCD stats. 5 for XXX. There's Ulti Saber over the 3. There's Deva's Carl, with the 2, and there is the Lele Boy with the 2 as well. A total of 12 of those eliminations going around. A decent chunk of those points have definitely been secured by the Deva United. Moving on, I think we're gonna see the MVP, and with this there are some possibility of XXXX securing that MVP title as well for himself. But only 3 more matches are remaining. You have to remember this fact that there are only 3 more matches remaining. 1 more Erangel, and then there's this factor of 2 Miramars back to back. That's gonna change the whole momentum. Yes, Erangel is also gonna change some of the momentum for the team, but Miramar, the complete shift of the map, changes the full momentum of every single pace or every single stats that you guys use, strategies that the teams actually utilize.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, from Erangel, from Rondo especially, being the map where you have the recall system, to Erangel where you do have those a lot of builders, a lot of compounds, close quarter fights here and there. But Miramar, that's a different story, man. A lot of open spaces, snipers heaven. I usually do want to see some sniper on sniper action, but we'll see. We'll get to witness that or not. I mean, we're still 1 map away before we witness any Miramar action. 1 more angle, and considering both the angles that we just witnessed, I think both of them were interesting in their own way. The first one was a bit more aggressive, coming in right off the bat. All of these teams just coming in, jumping in, and going for those fights. This Erangel, it was still aggressive, but this was just calculated risk by all teams. Yes, there were a few teams that did, did make a move, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough and it didn't go in their way. But there were also some teams that did make a move and things did turn out good for them. So I think much more calculated risk went into this one. We'll see how things unfold, or go ahead in the next Erangel. But for now, we're halfway there, half halfway left to the end of the day. But for now, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with the last Erangel. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have just witnessed another amazing Erangel. Well, we will be witnessing one more Erangel before we head on to Miramar, but before that, we'll take a quick peek at what went down here in the previous map of Erangel, right? Because the first one, the first map of the day was Rondo, and it was pretty aggressive, pretty chaotic, and coming into the second Erangel, it was kind of the reminiscence of the same one, but this Erangel was much more pace controlled. And taking a look at the match rankings, we have Deva United with 22 points, BTR with 11, And well, 1 point difference, 1 point lead here, and a lot more point of lead in the overall. I believe 13 points now, as Globe look on 10 points, 8 points for ASL, RQ, and Strix at 6 points for Boom, ASI 8, Alter Ego Ares on 5 points, Shadow Esports and DRS 3 points each, 52 Esports on 2, along with Max, 5th one, and every other team from there on forward. Not a great game, as we have the MVP of the match. Well, it's none other than Federals. He's not new to this stage, and well, he is once again here to represent the team, and not just that, he's popping off recently.
Man, oh man, Federalis is going to be the guy that has the MVP title for the match number 3 of the games. With 883 damage with 4 eliminations, this guy is going to be on the top of this MVP chart for the match. But going on to the match, somebody hit a 65 eliminations with 1 vehicle elimination, 2 grenades, and 1 airdrop looted throughout the game. 41 assists, 69-66 is going to be the total healing. Last but not the least, the highest damage dealer also goes to the Federalis with 883 is the number. This guy is not only the MVP, but he's also the highest damage dealer of the game.
Indeed. A great game coming in, not just from him, but the entire squad as well. As you can take a look at the overall ranking, Steve Bigatron by Vitality still on that number 1 spot with 1 chicken dinner, 21 matches played, 137 eliminations, 60 placement points, and 197 total. A 13-point lead between them, and a 13-point difference between them and Glooblock, actually. 184 for them, 176 for Denver United. All these 3 teams still contesting for the number 1 spot. The teams at the bottom, Strix didn't leave, Maximal, ASI 8 Esports, 52 Esports, Boom Esports, DRX Gaming, and F1 Esports. All of these, well, it's almost curtain call for them. But we'll still have 3 more games left, and well, that means 3 more opportunities for these teams at the bottom to show up and maybe cause some issues to the ones at the top.
Man, oh man, only 3 more games left, and one of them is going to be an Erangel once again. But we have to see what that Erangel is going to bring us for the teams, for the players at this point in time, because now is where the real cookie is going to start to crumble. Why? Because with all of this engagement, the way we have to see it, if Erangel is not good for like majority of the top line teams, then scenario can be bad. It can be kind of like a bad factor. But so far, yes, we're just waiting for the match to start. We're just waiting for the match to begin. Strix Esports in the meanwhile, they're still at the very bottom of the table. Oh man, these bottom 2 teams, Hidden Leaf and Strix Esports, 89 and 76 points. Man, that's kind of bad. That is bad. You know why? Because now you have no way of getting into the top. The only thing, in my opinion, that these guys can do, Edge, is that they can go and try to kind of mess up the other games of the rest of the teams, the rest of the players. Just go aggressive, just try to hunt the other downs. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go into the match number 4, the final Erangel of the day.
One last time here in the Ultimate Grind, Chapter 4. We'll be witnessing Erangel. We were done with Rondos. This is going to be the last time we see this one, as the flight path, well, pretty unique as we hit the final deck here, shooting range, and towards Ferry Pier. There's still a really good opportunity for any of the teams looking to go towards that military base. Still pretty decent, distance to cover for a farm. Milta, Yasna Poliana is still approachable. Saverni should be one of the spots we'll see. T2K once again approaching, but Kameshki this time is a little too far away as RQ going towards Zarki.
Man, what is this plane line? What is this like engagement at the start? Oh, this is going good. T2K SI once again, they're gonna go for the fight at the early stages into the areas, and we definitely are going to see those early engagements by these players. But so far, what we have to see is how fast can that engagement occur? How fast can that fight go on? Because one slight wrong move Huh, man, it's gonna be enough to get you out. But oh, I see a good circle. I see an amazing circle shift at this time, and I'm happy. I am totally happy with the way it's going.
That is true. I mean, I gotta admit, I am kind of happy too. But all three guerrillas definitely not going to be happy with the start that they have right now. 3 knocks and 1 confirmation already, so that's 1 eliminated. They might lose 2 more players, which means they'll be left with 1 player alive. Not the kind of game they're looking forward to. 1 elimination already to their name, 150 points already secured as all 3 guerrillas. They have eliminated the entire squad of Hidden Leaf. And, well, which means they will have those 2 players back on their feet. That's a good start, but losing 1 player, is it worth it? Definitely is. And that grenade. Beautiful grenade, TDK. 1 more elimination to their name as ASI 8 now feeling the heat. As Faisal's the only one standing. Iron, bleeding, will be hoping to get that, revival, but I don't think it's going to be possible at the moment. TTK confirms another one. 3 eliminations now to their name too. They want to get that 150 mark hit as well pretty early, and Faisal now gives away his position. Oh no. This is scary now with 4 players standing on the side of TTK.
Oh man, but the shot's going on, and there we have it. First it was T2K, now it's ASI8 that have been eliminated. It's a 1-to-1 ratio going up as of any team. But at the last day, man, what a day to live, what a day to be alive. But oh no, BTR. They can lose 2 of their players early on. Everybody's going chaotic. And so is the BTR as well, because BTR just lost 2 of their crucial players. They're going to be down very bad because of this. They're going to be very, very, I'd say pressurized because of this. That how are they going to survive? Because 197 and 184 points. Look at that. It's only like 13 points of a difference that we're seeing so far. To the number 1 and the number 2, and if BTR gets eliminated, that's a golden opportunity for the side of Blue Esports. Axel is low on that HP, finally gets that shot, gets that knockout, and it's already down to the last guy. That is Ryzen. I don't see any out for the BTR this time.
No eliminations whatsoever, and on the brim of elimination here, biggest round by Vitality this game, not going in their favor. But once again, nothing really to panic about just yet. We still have Ryzen, the star from the previous matches, still alive. Still an opportunity for him to score some points and not go out with a big 0. Glubblug on the other hand, they definitely are going to be happy, but I'm pretty sure they don't really understand what's happening right now. They don't really know that BTR have lost 3 players here completely. Or maybe they noticed that regardless, Glubblug, they were united in all 3 areas, all of them in a good spot. As C2K actually get eliminated. Wait, what happened and who took them down? I didn't see that.
I mean, that's where the cookie's crumbling. We're seeing eliminations by eliminations every single where. So far, within the 4 minutes, that's 3 teams that have been eliminated. And I already see Glubblug versus Alter Ego in the near future. That's going to happen in a short while, but I want to see where the 4th player of Alter Ego is situated. In fact, he has been eliminated. Okay, he has been finished off, and Alter Ego with the 4 eliminations so far, they're down to the last 3 players. But ooh, this can either be a very good position for the Glubblug Esports or can be a very bad one.
Holding on to their ground too. This approach is decent. And all 3 guys, with the start that they had to the game, they'll probably be looking to get more and more out of this game as much as possible, as quick as possible too. They don't really want to drag the fights out, especially. They understand how important this Erangel is going to be. The next Miramars are going to be scary, and, well, a mid to long range fight on this map. I kind of like it. But 6 minutes in, 14 teams, 51 players still in the server. Stage 1 circle will come to a close in the next couple of minutes, which means there's still a lot of time for these teams to decide their strategy for the game, go for those loots, get into good positions, and very important for the side of BTR, especially the last surviving player, Ryzen. There's a lot on his shoulders now.
Oh man, you have to see what the situation is going to be. Man, it's gonna be a very, very difficult scenario for a majority of the players, majority of the things at this point in time, because now with like majority of the players kind of receiving a lot of those dumpness from the side, those eliminations that had happened, especially BTR. And I was hoping at least they get like some decent number of points, they can try to maintain their top spot, but nah, man, things have other plans. Like I said before we went into the match, that everybody's going to be targeting the top two teams at the very least.
Silence across the map as everyone finally gets into the zone. They understand how important every point is going to be from here on forward, and they don't really want to make a reckless move wheresoever on the map. Everyone's trying their best to accumulate as many points as possible, come out on top as many times as possible over the course of the last 3 games. Erangel, Miramar, and then another Miramar, the closings off, and Glub look. Ooh, quickie. Gotta be quick when you're crossing the likes of Alter Ego Eris, and well, quick he shall be, and he shall survive at the moment. But Alter Ego Eris, it means they've compromised, they've given away their position, but I don't think they're gonna be worried about it just yet. They are confident, and they want to take those fights. They're one of the teams that we've seen who love to be aggressive, who love to go get those fights taken. Even in a position where they are safe and they don't really need to take those fights, they're the ones who are like, you know what, we will come in, we will jump in. It's fine if we get taken down, we learn, but most often, like 9 out of 10 times, they're the ones coming out on top. So it's a good thing for all 3 areas they got into stats.
Man, this Erangel. Now I can finally say that this Erangel is gonna go on a slow pace start now from this point onward, because nobody wanna get into the fight. All those teams that have like those early fights, oh, me and my big mouth. The moment I say nobody's gonna go into the fight occurs, and we have a knockdown. Ladies and gentlemen, Shadow Esports is gonna lose one of the players. Red Face is gonna slow down, get out of the car, get ready for the. He's gonna take down Neferko. That's one down from the side of the team SE, but Red Face instantly get finished. Genfos on the backline area trying to shoot down the players. The spray's going, and Parkin and Genfos, these two guys, they have been amazing throughout. But Gideon finally gets out of the vehicle, try to shoot down the players, gets the player down, and it's a 1v1 going up. But sprays, Genfos, you are a beast, sir. At this point, you need to heal yourself as soon as possible. But nope. First of all, he's gonna go for the revive. He's gonna go for the rescue. Then after that, he's gonna put the bandages up for himself, utilize all of the healings, and get them back into the safe side. RRQ not only has secured those 4 eliminations, but they have also secured all the 4 players back into the game.
That's the most important thing. They were united at the moment with 4 players standing still. Trying to see if they can find any freebies here on the part of the map. Stage 2 now coming into the play. They will have to make some moves on the map. F1 and they were pretty close to each other, so this could be the fight that could break out first. And later on we'll be witnessing more and more. But as I said, this is one of those classic maps of Erangel, where you don't really have a lot going on towards the early stages, towards the mid stages of the game. And well, we've hit one of those mid stages at the moment. Things are looking good for a lot of these teams, and not so good for some of them, especially BTR, with the amount of pressure that's on them by the side of Glublug, Deva United, and Alter Ego Eris. I would have said CTK as well, but unfortunately they are eliminated into this game, so not really from them. But everyone else looking to steal that number 1 spot. Alter Ego Eris a bit of a stretch, but I still think there's a really good chance. Deva United, Glublug, one good game, and BTR will be pushed down.
I mean, yeah, one more push. All it's gonna take is one more push, and they will be down. They will absolutely be destroyed too. Oh man, what is gonna happen? How like occur, and the way everything's gonna go? I'm honestly waiting to see like how the fights are gonna happen. But there we go, another circle shift is gonna happen, and a southern side shift. This is what I love. This is what I love. A south hard shift happening, meaning a majority of the players now need to migrate once again to the south side area, near the waters, and having the waters in the circle is always a good thing. You know why? Because I love the chaos, and I want to see these teams kind of struggle to take that engagement against all the other players, to get into those fights, to get into those engagements. Man, this is the time. This is the time we need to see every single one of the fights to occur and get into that area. DRS, look at them, how close they are. This is a solo guy just standing here. The grenades will definitely can do a lot of damage. It will not do so much for now, but it can do a lot of damage given the fact that it do go there and connect upon the player at that point in time. But nothing so far, nothing's happening. The player's alive, the player's still going, and the players is still staying into the game so far. But ASG, now he's retaliating with the grenades, and I think it's a back and forth of just wasting the grenades at this point.
DRS, I mean, I don't think there's going to be any backup for ASG, at least from the side of Frag. We do have Samzo now coming in, trying to see if he can help his teammate as 3-1-3. They will lose one thanks to the beautiful grenade coming in. They were united. Oh, this Fairy Pier is going to be a massive hotspot now. This is going to be a dead zone for a lot of these teams, and ASG retaliating too. Does manage to get one more. That is Desire gone, so 3-1-3 now from a position of power. All of a sudden, a position where they might just get eliminated with two players standing right now. They have to be careful. As BTR, they are gone. No elimination points, no position points either. The best opportunity for the side of Glue, they were united, and Alter Ego's Air is now just being presented for themselves. Oh, this is going to be a tough watch for BTR.
We're seeing the fights, and finally it's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I love. This is what I honestly love by these teams, from these teams, the way they fight, the way they get into these engagements and everything. Look at that. BTR, they have been eliminated. 3-1-3, DRS, everybody else, every single one of these guys, every single one of these teams, they're getting into the fights, they're getting into that engagements, and look at this already. There are some shots coming around. Will they make the connection? Is the big case, is the big question. Mixway looking out, using the TPP to figure out where the players are situated at. He sees no one. He goes back in the compartments. He go, but still 256 meters outside of the circle, and that's a huge bunkers. You do not go inside the circle, you're instantly going to be punished by a lot of factors. So you need to move in the circle ASAP, no matter what the circumstances are at this point in time. You need to move inside that safe zone area. Once again, Mixway finally sees the smoke. He looks at him for the 3 times, but nobody's there. But ASL Glue, the opportunity for the Glue to secure that #1 spot is finally presenting itself.
We're down to 11 teams all of a sudden. 39 players now still in the server. RIQ. With 4 players standing, they have a really good record of having these elimination points to their name. But position placement, once again, are the things that are the one thing that they're struggling at right now. Well, they're up to 6th position with 133 points now as they surpass ASL and 3-1-3 and Shadow Esports, as a matter of fact. That's a huge jump for them. And now they are on the hunt of that top 5 position. Maybe they want a piece of the prize pool. So probably are going to be trying a little harder, as now they divert their attention to the players on the side of Alter Ego, who are going to be retaliating immediately with a frag of their own. Luxa confirms one player on the side of RIQ as he's going to finally get traded out. It's just a knock. The elimination is yet to come, and just as I say that, the elimination does come in, but RIQ are feeling the heat too. Alter Ego and RIQ going against each other. In the meanwhile, F1 are going to be gone in position number 11.
Oh man. We're seeing a lot of fights happening. Finally. Oh, the spray's coming up. The spray's connecting upon the players, but the spray, will it make some more decent elimination numbers for the teams? The answer is yes so far, as RRQ is going to secure another one of that. 9 eliminations so far for the team RRQ. Mixway gets a knockdown on Skies there, getting the knockdowns upon the 52 esports. That's 1, that's 2. They're down to the last man practically, and he gets eliminated as well, with Gobi being eliminated on Sky. That was a 1v3 of the abrupt slayers on Sky. Battle comes in, gets shots, lays down, goes back, but Ulti Saber, the one team that I want to see the fight off, is Glublug right now, and they are finally getting themselves into the fight. You can see those engagements, you can see those fights happening in the area, and already the fights, the way it's happening, the teams that are going forward for those engagements, oh man, it's gonna be a very disastrous thing. I'm telling you, it's going to get a very hectic one. Why? Because now Deva United has been eliminated. Back and forth, we're seeing the teams finally getting eliminations on their side, and that is not a good thing. That is not a good thing. Why? So with this, there are opportunities given out to the Glublug esports, in my opinion, but Alter Ego finally is going to be taken down. Another team that was on the hashtag number 4 has been finished off. Ladies and gentlemen, another name, another team finally out of the equation. They're gone, they're out of the equation. Moving on, we have Strikes, we have Glublug, the team that's on the hashtag number 2, close to securing those decent points for themselves. They revived their players back to the 3-man that they are, ready for that engagement, ready for the fight. But the fight will occur. When will it occur is the big question. One player of Glublug gets taken down. Leon is the one that's down. Quickie comes in, gets a shot connected, gets a knockdown, will go for the confirmation, gets that shotguns upon the players. Now heal is really needed. He's the last man standing. Heal is really needed by this guy. As soon as he can heal himself, goes for the fights more and more. He can get more, but nope. He has been denied that opportunity on the hashtag 7. Oh man, another elimination happening, another confirmation going on. No way, man, no bloody way. At this point, if BTR gets eliminated, Team Glublug also does not receive those crucial points that they were in really need of. And we are back to the start once again into the area, man, where the top 6, the top 5, in fact, they're all gone.
That's kind of oopsie from a lot of these teams, but regardless, we have RQ still in the mix, ASL 313, Boom Esports, DRS, and Strix still at the very bottom of the overall rankings, but still in the game very well. And stage 5 circle will be coming to a close, as we will be looking at another potential fight between RIQ and Boom Esports. Strix are taking down the players on the side of DRS at the moment. RIQ have to be careful with the positioning that they're out in the open at the moment, taking the heat from multiple teams. As a matter of fact, I believe 313 wants a piece of these as well. It's going to be Sanju who gets a flag onto Genforce. ASL James is going to get taken down by Strix, and Boom confirms that onto Genforce. And now, last man standing, RIQ. Not for long, as the grenade confirms it from Mall. RIQ is gone in 6th position. Once again, great number of eliminations, but in terms of position placement, just not good from the side of RIQ. As we're down to top 5 teams now. Boom Esports, 313, ASL once again in the top 5, along with DRS. It's good to see them in the top 5, and Strix as well.
Man, oh man. We are seeing the final segment of the game at this point in time. The shots are going on. The sprays are connecting upon the players. Strix Esports have finally been eliminated on the hashtag number 5. And right with this, we're down to the top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this top 4 is going to be a very disastrous one. Why? Because everybody's taking the fight. Team Alter, in fact, DRS, they're taking the fight with the Boom. Boom is going on with the sprays. with the shots, and a grenade goes over. It will not connect. It will not connect upon the players, but the retaliation grenade on Samza Whitey did a lot of damage. Down. That's a damage that we are waiting for. Another grenade comes in, and it's all over for the DRS side on the hashtag number 4. They get out of the game. They get out of the engagements. Oh my God. Back and forth it was, and back and forth it is. We are seeing these eliminations happening, these fights occurring at the same time. But you know what? What else? It's not going to stop, as the Prop Slayers is also ready. Another team that is close to the side of being eliminated. Aman is going to be the final man, going for the revive on Chari, but 3-1-3, they're going to realize this, and they're finally maybe going to go for that aggressive stance as well. So we have to see if they're going to take the fight against the team Abrupt Slayers, ASL, or they're going to go for the fight against the rest of the team, that is the Boom Esports. Boom Esports also has the opportunity of taking the fight with the 3-1-3, given the fact that 3-1-3 is super, far away from each other at this point in time. So the guard sprays, the eliminations, it definitely can occur. But Maul, you tried your best. You did a lot of damage upon the player, but still managed to not get that player down on his knees. Grenades going. Now, that was the last grenade that this guy had. He threw it away, and Madni didn't even feel that grenade near him.
That is true indeed. And 3-1-3 now looking like one of the favorites to actually close things out here, as Boom are retaliating with those grenades. Beautiful dunks coming in, but look at those grenades just being rained by the players on the side of 3-1-3 Esports, as they will get one more. Sanjay gets taken up with the UMP, but there's going to be a vehicle knock. Actually, Bizarre's going to get taken down. Maul immediately hits the deck, but now Barry is the only one standing between 3-1-3 and their dreams of getting that chicken dinner. It's going to get taken down. No, not yet, but he's quite tagged up. As oh, is it vehicle? No, it's not. It's just a weapon coming in at the last second. 3-1-3. They will eliminate the entire squad of Boom Esports, and I think this should be pretty easy now with the man advantage over the side of ASL.
It will be. It's a 3 versus 2. Ladies and gentlemen, 3-1-3 coming in, getting that one knockdown upon the players, and now Chari is going to the final man alive. 3-1-3 gets this winner chicken in a short while, but well, are they going to have those 7 eliminations, or they're going to lose some of their players as well? But Chari getting that shotgun out. He's ready. He's going to use that shotgun, and oh, there we have it. Chari, beautiful shot, getting those knocks. Going back the safe zone area. The car comes in that gets him down with the AUG, and it's all over. We have the winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. 3-1-3 Sports with a beautiful winner chicken dinner.
What a great game coming in for the side of 3-1-3 Esports, and it's been a long time coming as well, right? They've been struggling really hard over the past few games, and well, they were the best team out of the Pakistani region now coming in. Right, in terms of ASI 8 coming up, they were one of the favorites as well, but 3-1-3, they've been the top dogs for quite a while now, and you can see exactly why, with 3 players standing towards the end. I mean, it had everything went right for them towards the end too. They were on point with the strategy, they were on point with the positions as well, and things just are looking good now. But what's the best they can do? That is what I'm waiting, and I kind of want to see what's the best position that they can get on the overall.
I mean, that's the case. 3-1-3 with this winner chicken dinner. Now they're going to secure 7 total of those elimination points. Meaning a total of 17 points have been secured by them in this match. Is it enough for them to get into the top 10? The answer is no. The answer is a straight no so far. They really need a lot more points than that to get into that top 10 at the very least. But match ranking wise, Boom Esports is going to be on the top. 18 points for them, 13 of those of which are eliminations. 3-1-3 with the 17 points. Then we have RRQ with the 9 elimination as well, a total of 11 points. ASL with the 10. Strix with also the 10. And all of these names, the majority of these names are the ones that are at the bottom of those overall rankings. Meaning those bottom line teams, they're taking the fights back and forth. But going on to the MVP, it is Genfor Sky of Team RRQ with 5 eliminations and 471 damage.
He was on fire, and not just him, the entire squad of RRQ. They have been performing top notch and I kind of am, disappointed to see that their position placement is still not so good. But yeah, things are looking good in terms of elimination point for them. As we take a look at the match summary, 65 total eliminations, no equal eliminations. Wait, what? I thought I saw one. But anyway, good eliminations 4, 44 assists, 8 drops did that's 1, 8,131 total heal, and the highest damage dealer is Dead Kill on the side of SR, and well, 725 total damage being dealt by him and him alone. As we take a look at the overall rankings, as soon as Bigatron by Vitality went out early into the game, we expected Glub and they were united to take advantage of that, but unfortunately, they couldn't. 188, 179 for them as Bigatron. They're on 197, 156 for All 2 Ego Ares, TDK Esports on 149, 145 for 313 Esports. With that chicken dinner, that's a good jump for them now. Shadow Esports, F1 Esports, Yaris Gaming, 52 Esports, ASI Esports, Maxibles, Hidden Leaf, and Strix Esports. All of them still struggling, still at the very bottom of this overall score.
Man, oh man, come on. This is not the way to go. Like, look, even with the 3-1-3s getting that chicken dinner, yeah, they got into that top 10 spot at the very least, but still, they're nowhere near close to the top 5. But this was the match number 22 that we have witnessed. Only 2 more matches are remaining. Now it's time for the Miramar segments to start. The Miramars are going to be the most crucial ones, because the moment anyone's going to be able to secure that Miramar for themselves from the top line teams, they're instantly going to have like the upper advantage even for the next match of the last Miramar that will occur. So you have to maintain at this point in time for the fact that, okay, this first Miramar is the crucial one, and the second Miramar is just there to maintain those elimination and that placement of your overall leaderboard.
Indeed. So now with all the Erangels done and all the Rondos done, we only have one more map left, and it's Miramar. It's Sniper's Heaven, and well, everything that you've seen on Rondo and Erangel, well, all of it goes out the window, because now it's a different playground and a different playbook for sure. The gameplay is going to be affected, and you're going to see a lot of different approaches, to this map, especially by all of these players and all of these teams. Now, which team has the best tactic on the map of Miramar? I usually prefer DRS on Miramar, but by the looks of how things are going, DRS are struggling quite a bit. But we would still, I still want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say maybe they still have it in the bag, and at least, if not the chicken dinner, perform way better than what they have been performing today. But I mean, this game, they're in the top 5, but before that, nothing much really going their way.
That's true. That's absolutely true. They need these 2 Miramars to maintain their positions into the overall ranking. But yes, the final 2 Miramars, and like we said before, these Miramar are a crucial one. The initiation of the Miramar is a crucial one, because you're going to be changing momentum, and you're going to be changing a lot of your strategies. Not just a simple tactic that, okay, we're aggressive, we're going passive. Nah, you're not doing just that. You're going to be changing your rotations. You're going to be changing which player is going to be like assigned to which role, who's going to be in charge of the cars, because not everyone is accustomed to the Miramar. You may be accustomed to the Erangel one, you may be better on Erangel, but there might always be somebody else that might be better on the Miramar against you, with you in your own team. So relying on that person will be the crucial key at this point in time, with the sprays and everything, and those bolt action. Man, M1 Garage, that's a different case. That's a different scenario. That's a different story. But bolt action of the Kar 98, the M24s, the Mosins, I really want them back into the final matches.
Well, we'll see if we get what we want here on the map of Miramar, as we kind of do want to lean towards those sniper on sniper action, but not really something these players are absolutely fond of now, is it? So we will wait. We'll see if we do get to see those big boys out in action. But as you said, Miramar, a different strategy has to be implemented in terms of gameplay when it comes to Erangel, Rondo, and Miramar. So I'm expecting these teams to once again go for a very quiet and slow approach, because this is the penultimate game. There's only one more game left after this for the championship as well. So now teams like Glub and Alter Ego Ares, and there's one more team. towards the top. I'm sorry, I'm so bad with my remembering the names, my bad memory. But yeah, now all of these teams are going to be targeting the number one team, that is Bigatron. Now, BTR, all they need to do is focus on their gameplay, and they cannot rely on anything else except themselves. Right? These four players are now in a position where it's not even all the other. It's not even Glublug in the villain era anymore. It's just the side of BTR. They're going to be the number one target, and everyone's going to be looking to take them down. All they need to do is survive, probably up until maybe the stage 2. They do not take any fights, have enough loot, go get ready for those high paced switch ups, and then to a stage 3, stage 4, get moving. Get some frags, get some eliminations on the board, get yourself into a good position, and then stage 6, stage 7. Even if by the end of that, if you have 6 to 7 eliminations, you're probably looking at a top 8 finish. So position placement points added as well, and 9-10 points back to back in 2 of these games, I think does put them in a position where they will have the number 1 spot to themselves. But Glublug and the teams, they are still in a very, very good situation to actually claw their way to the number 1 spot. And Bigatron, they very well know it. But the other teams, and the teams at the bottom, like the very bottom, I'm talking about Strix, I'm talking about ASI 8, the Maxibles, all of these teams. Well, 2 things that are going to happen here. 1, they are going to be ruining the game for the top teams, of course. And number 2, they can use this as an opportunity to implement something new. Something new, something out of the ordinary, right? They're anyway going to go home with no piece in the prize pool too. So might as well just try something different. Maybe if you're a team that, I mean, especially DRS, you said it yourself. They're trying to go in 1 by 1. Maybe this game, try going in together, right?
I mean, that's the case to go. If you can't win it over, you can use these matches as an opportunity of trying new skills, trying new different strategies, or any of those like hidden traps that you may have had against the teams at a later stage. Perfect those in these kind of matches where nobody expects you, right? So utilizing these kind of moves is going to be the only way that you're going to learn at this, because you have nothing to gain at this point. Yes, you're gaining that experience, you're gaining that momentum, and you're gaining the fact that, okay, even after all of these teams, you have the capability of doing the 1v1, 1v2, or something of that sort. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, the wait is over. The Miramar match is ready. We are about to head over to our second last match of this entire tournament. I present to you the Miramar.
And the flight path, well, looks as lovely as ever. You can see those bridges, and you know exactly where those bridge camps are going to be coming in. Patona is where we're going to be starting off on, ending between La Cabrera and Torre Amuda. So this is, once again, a pretty basic map split, 50-50 almost. So things are looking good for all of these teams. We also already have all 3 areas jumping in. Probably going to go towards prison. Patona is where Lux is going to be jumping in. Maybe Hazelnuts and everyone else are going to be joining in as well. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case in T2K. Los Leones, maybe. Chumacera is going to be another hotspot for sure. Impala, I've seen a lot of these teams battle there, but no, this time not going to happen. El Azaha, Tierra Branca, Campo Militar, Cruz de Valle, all of these areas. It's going to be peaceful for quite a bit. So maybe go for the loot there and then go for a quick rotation. And as I said, Miramar is the biggest map in the pool at the moment. And well, things will take time to happen here. And I'm expecting a very delayed game coming in. We're down to the last 2 maps, and well, this is one of those. Circle will not be coming into play for the next 2.5 minutes. So we're looking at a potential 6 minutes in total for these teams to enjoy their stay here on the map of Miramar and go for those loots. Be in a position where you can take the fights without having to think about the supplies, the utilities that you have and that you have to, expend. At the moment, here and leave. I believe I've spotted a couple players on the side of Shadow Esports, so this could be a pretty quick fight. Pretty early into the game too, and whoever gets taken down, I mean, Strix at the moment, that's Shadow. Shadow Esports are on 10th position at the moment, and Hidden Leaf, they are in 16th position. So not a great position for either of these teams, but a great position to learn something and a great position to showcase their skills, of course, as tricks. Now in a tough spot with the Scarl in the hand. Players on the side of Shadow Esports actually closing in. Look at him. He's just running in. That's the SLK. Just casually running in out in the open. Twix with the closer, is it? And the grenade. They're ready. But the S12 up close and personal is not going to be of any use at the moment. The Scar roll is being spammed. And the S12 does not work out. It's a Scar in return that will be the one taking him down. And that's the elimination. And the first one of the game itself, as Hidden Leaf, they lose one. Shadow Esports, even though they did lose one, that was just a knock. So the player will be back on his feet. We're still looking at a 4-man squad for the side of Shadow at the moment. DRS on the other hand. A lot of hope from their side. A lot of trust and, well, a lot of expectation, at least from me to the side of DRS. But we're seeing no presence whatsoever from the side of BTR, Glublug, Deva United, Alter Ego, Ares. And yeah, Deva United was a team that I kind of missed out on. They're also one of the teams that is looking good to take the #1 spot away from the BTR.
I mean, at this point in time, the Miramar is showing its like full engagements again, right? The fact that everybody's going to go on a slow pace start, nobody's going to go on the aggressive one. But talking about aggressive and SE, Shadow Esports, they're going against side of HLX, Hidden Leaf Esports. That's rigged down, finished up already. That's the second elimination that they are going to have for themselves. Another one. The fights going on. GS9 in the hand. Dead face. And the front lines, the long range quarters will not affect us. Jiggle Huda gets taken down, and now the final man alive in the area is going to be also eliminated. Shadow Esports securing that elimination on Hidden Leaf Esports. An amazing engagement from the side of Shadow Esports, number 9, and close to at least the number 7 or maybe 6.
16 teams. A few more eliminations come in. And, well, the numbers just changed from 16 to 15 as Max gets taken down. They're out of the picture, out of the server. Miramar, not the cup of tea, apparently. And now, 5-minute mark hit, 15 teams, 58 players in the server as they so they will lose 1 on the knees with the Mac. As the Scar comes into play now. And that's going to be another confirmation. RIQ gets a couple points for themselves with the man bleeding. They will have to go for that revival quickly. Otherwise, they will also be in a position where, once again, the position placement might be a big ask for them. We all know how good and how deadly they are in terms of elimination points, the side of RIQ. In terms of position placement, not so much. And you can see this. Look at the movement now just coming in from Gen Fossil. Left, right, 2 steps, 3 steps, jumping in, trying to bait him out in the open with those footsteps, and they all have now conquered, and they're just going to overwhelm him out in the open. On Sky does manage to get 1, but those numbers are just too many for him. RIQ will be baiting one of the players, but in return, we'll be getting that finish and also the revivals now.
I love this. I am loving every single one of this part. The way it's going up, the way it's happening, the fights. Man, it's going way too good, but there we go. Pubgm gets taken down at that knockdown and will be an elimination. Abrupt Slayers already has finally been eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, our 3rd team of this whole entire tournament have been finished off at this point in time. Things are not looking good for a lot of teams at a lot of paces. Oh, man. What is going on? This is the second last match of the entire tournament. And the teams, if not right now, when are you going to start to pace up? I'm talking about those top line teams because they're kind of afraid, in my opinion, to take those engagements, to take those fights, because they know at this point and they realize that if they get eliminated, there's a very high likely chance that they're not going to be able to make that comeback out of the scenario, out of this area, back into the fight in the next match that will occur.
Oh, the sink there to get the loot. Pretty beautiful to watch. But yeah, this is Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. And I was expecting a much slower approach to the game, but looks like these teams, they want to take those fights pretty early into this one. Isaiah Saeed, Hasaki is going to get dropped now by the player on the side of Alter Ego, as they will get the information of where the rest of the players are as well. So they've got to be careful. Isaiah Saeed, they know exactly where the player on the side of Alter Ego is, and well, the rest of his team are kind of now joining the party. Kind of now making their way towards the rest, towards the sole player here, Udin, that is. And well, he's going to get taken down. Keaton with a beautiful position. Does manage to take one, but where's the rest of the squad? ASI8 might just be the one coming out on top here. All three go areas. They're late on those rotations, and it might just be a bad thing for them.
Oh my god. We're about to see another fight, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to see another fight that will occur at this point in time. Come on. Come on. Will it occur? Will the fights go? Will it happen? The answer is yes, as Alter Ego, one of the player, gets taken down. And he will be taken out. Zuxi is the final man remaining into this entire game for the side of Alter Ego. He gets some shots, he gets some connections on him. Fortunately enough, he still gets out of the equation, still gets into the safe line area, safe side area, but for how long? As a final shot connects, he gets finished off, and that's the elimination of Alter Ego. Ladies and gentlemen, that's another team finished off. And right with this, it's about time to see the 13 take that fight. Team that was on the hashtag number 4, it was Alter Ego. And because of their elimination, there's a high likely chance that T2K or 313, they can maintain that spot for them. But if RRQ is also like really consistent with their elimination numbers and everything, there's a very high likely chance that they can do it same as well.
Boom. Trying to put the screws to the players on the side of DRS, who have already lost one. And, well, Samsa now has made a decision to actually close in the gap, as he does have some backup coming in terms of his teammates. But this grenade is on point. One grenade, one frag. Beautiful stuff. And DRS, this could have been a beautiful play, but unfortunately, boom, we're already ready for this. They've read this perfectly, and the QBZ just doing its work. DRS on the verge of getting eliminated, and I kind of am not surprised. We've seen this. DRS struggling today, the entirety, not just today, but overall. And this is just one of those games yet again. Boom, with a great start to the match, as they will get themselves 2 eliminations already, and this could just be 2 more, or maybe something can actually make it 1? No, he does get taken down, and with that, the entire squad of DRS are gone. No eliminations, 13th position. Boom, with 4 eliminations and all 4 standing.
And things are not looking good for a lot of teams at this point in time. They're struggling. They're starting to struggle, but T2K coming in, getting that shot, and the confirmation upon one of the player at this angle. They were united. Be very careful on whatever you're doing. There's also the T2K Claw. That is the last man standing. So it's a 1v1 going up. Who will get that initial frag, get that elimination, is the big question. That one shot connectivity is going to be the key difference between that elimination and the survival. The shots come in, and we have T2K Mimi eliminated out of the game. T2K, ladies and gentlemen, is done. They are dusted. They are gone out of the game. Man, oh man. Now this is something Another team on the top line areas have been eliminated, like the number 5, number 3, number 4. They're gone. 313 has now a very good high chance of Erangel to secure this win of a chicken dinner. If they manage to get it like all the matches that they have done, man, they can instantly get into the top 5.
SI8. Another team that had high hopes coming into this grand finals, but just could not deliver. They're on 14th position as they do manage to deal some damage. Hasaki, along with Keaton, are the only ones standing, and look at this. Oh, barely surviving there, getting the frag onto Gideon. But the players are making their way in, closing the distance. It's the players on the side of Shadow Esports. They might have to... Yeah, that was not a necessary jump. Their unfortunate turn of events as Sasaki gets taken down. And now SIA, the last one standing, is going to be Keaton. But now, I don't think he's in a position where he can go for this clutch. 1v2? Wait. That was a grenade for the death of 2 players. Actually knocks, but we'll call it a death. As I believe Keaton now has a good chance, but the chance remains a good chance. That said, he will not be able to convert that into a victory for himself, as the zone will not be enough to deal damage. And Master, barely surviving. And now they'll be happy with it, but yeah, unfortunate turn of events for Keaton.
Another elimination, ladies and gentlemen. We have another elimination coming around. And right with this, something needs to be done. I mean, BTR and Glublug, they're still alive. They're still in the match. And as long as these 2 teams are in the match, number 1 spot is always going to be in a very pickled position. Like, who's going to take it up? As long as one of these teams not get eliminated, it's definitely going to be like a nail-biting game till the very end. But Federales comes in close to the side of Strikes. He cooks a grenade. As Beat is in the front line, he has spotted Asmir. Now Federales, use that. Oh, get those shots connected, and Asmir gets knocked. Finished instantly. He didn't even let the guy get out of the area instantly. That was a knock, and that was a finish. Strikes Esports now surviving with the last 2 players, but Glublug is also receiving that grenades and the shots and those knocks coming in the area. Whereas Bigatron is securing those eliminations, Glublug is getting those knockdowns on their side. But Glublug, wait a minute. That's a third-party angle on the BTR. Whereas Strix is fighting with the BTR, yes, as well. There's also the Glublug doing the third party. That S12K will make some kind of connection. A little bit of damage, but still Refuse gets instantly eliminated by the hand of Risey and the P90. P90 is one gun that you do not want to mess with. Waltrux already gets finished, and with this, Strix Esports is out of the game. Yes, these guys need to revive their place ASAP as soon as they can. And with the top 8 right now done, look at that. BTR is not stopping. They just got a retaliation grenade and a knockdown, in fact. Not the grenade, a retaliation knockdown on the side of Glublug Esports.
Man, oh man, that was a great fight there coming in. I love how aggressive these teams are turning out to be towards the end of day number 3 here of the grand finals. But Glublug, wait a second, is this hard? Oh, day number 4 there, I'm sorry. But Glublug, they're taking down the big ones. They're taking down their rivals. It's not just them. They have the tide of RIQ as well. And oh my lord, BTR, they go on 8th position. They will have the 1 point in their favor, I believe. But 3 eliminations, that's all they get. 201 points. They hit that. They do surpass the 200 point threshold. But that's about it. That's all she wrote for them. Glublug, on the other hand, 4 players still standing, 192, and they're the only one in contention in the top 5, still alive in the map of Miramar. Is this going to be the game that changes the fate for the side of Glublug? Are BTR finally going to be conquered? We'll have to wait and watch as Glublug now, once again, catches their breath. They understand that the main dogs are gone. They understand that their main problem, the one team that everyone was eyeing out for, are gone. And now 313 RIQ Boom, Shadow Esports F152, along with Glublug, are the only ones standing.
Oh man, oh man. This is going way too insane. Look at those fires. Look at those engagements. Everybody's going chaotic at this point in time. But man, the way this game is going, the way this game is engaging, holy. Everybody wants a piece of anybody at this point in time. Glooblook is close to the fact of Team Ara. The fight will occur in a short while, but the main question still remains in how much time that fight is actually going to begin and get into those aggressive stances. Already, Pubgm is close to the Glooblook side. He can go for that aggressive stance. Oh, at the same angle, there can be a lot more difficulties around the area side. RRQ, Glooblook. And I kind of want to see a third-party engagement happening in this area, if I'm really honest with this. Because the moment there is going to be a third-party angle, the fights are actually going to begin. But, oh! AMR! By the head of 313! That comes down to one of the players of the team on RQ. Glooblook is coming here. They're going in for the push of RQ. Molotovs in the hand. They're going to both throw it away inside the compartment, inside the compounds. But are they going to connect any Molotovs with the player or not? So far, nothing. All the Molotovs that have been thrown, they're outside, but a grenade comes in, and Leon finally makes that connection. Ferko is going to be the one man alive, the solo man alive for the sole side of Team RRQ. Now they're going forward once again. 50 bullets connected in the P90 for that action going up forward. You have to get that shot. You have to get that connection. So far, you have the 4 eliminations. You have to make sure that you do not lose a single player. That knockdown will go for the confirmation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Neferka goes on the reload, and the player comes in, gets him out of the equation. Xerxes has been given out as a bait for Glooblook's more and more eliminations.
Oh boy, Glue. I mean, it's not just the elimination point. They also do get an extra point because they now survive in the top 6. Well, there you have it, folks. 195 points. The distance is now down to just 6 points. This is crucial. BTR, I'm pretty sure, are going to be under a lot of pressure this final game of Miramar. The next one, that is, of course, is going to be a banger. It's going to be a fight between 3 teams, as a matter of fact. They were United 2 are going to be joining the mix for sure. As Boom, on the other hand, are putting the crucial players on the side of Shadow Esports as they make sure that all of them pay the price of what they've done before. And now, Boom, I believe that is going to be a squad wipe almost. But F1 actually third parties this, and F1's Kenny. Oh, no. A team frag. A team knock, actually. The Molotov, unfortunately, dealt damage to his own teammate, and now Boom on the verge of actually eliminating the players on the side of F1 as well. Just one player standing, along with one player on the side of Shadow Esports. So this could be 2 teams getting eliminated, which means 2 extra points for Boom in terms of elimination, and also 2 extra points for position placement for them and Glooblook as well. This is indirectly helping Gloob get closer to that number 1 spot. We're down to the top 5 teams now, ladies and gentlemen. It's Boom Esports, Glooblook, 313, Shadow Esports, and 52 Esports as well in the mix, who are just, I mean, 2 players alive, but 2 eliminations. They're looking decent, but all of them are just in a hurry right now to get to somewhere safe, and also be in a position where they can take a fight without being the center of attention.
Oh no, man. No, man. Now this is what I want to see. An amazing engagements happening by the players, by these guys. Holy, man. Everything is going up until we're in the top 5, right? And this top to be a chaotic one. Glooblook is still alive. The main for the Glooblook being alive is the fact that we're gonna have a chance of getting those engagements and more points and close between top positions that they can. The top position of the BTR. A while ago, they were 13 points behind. Now with the 5 points at this thing, eliminations, that's instantly 5 points left. At the hashtag number 5, they will reward 3 points for themselves, another 2 points of a minus. Yes, meaning they only need 5 or 6 extra points or 7 extra points just for the sake of that to overtake that number 1 spot and be in that number 1 spot at this point. Glublook waiting for the opportunities. Look at Leon. Leon is not doing the right thing at this point, in my opinion, because he's trying to fade out where the players are and he's moving his car back and forth. This gives enough opportunity to the 313 esports as well to make their players go back or get in the corners where they can have the opportunity. There's a guy close to the down vicinity. That is Desire. That can shoot at the side of the player of Boogie Sports. He got a lot of damage. He got a lot of confirmation on him, but Leon finally gets taken down by the hand of 52 Esports. That is in the area. And 52 Esports, as they were together, the 2-man together. Now, it's a solo that are very, very far away.
Glublook feeling the heat now. 313 dropping grenades on them. One last player standing for the side of Glublook now, as we are about to get to the end of stage 6 circle. 313 esports looking like one of the favorites with 4 players standing right now. And Glublook, will they be able to go for the revival? That is the question. 52 esports and Shadow esports, both of these players have 1 apiece, and well, guess what? Glublook also only have 1 more player left. So it's basically a fight between Boom and 313 Esports. But if any of the players of the other teams are in a position where they can take advantage of any of the situations, they will and they should. At the moment, Shadow Esports are gone. 5th position, 8 eliminations for them. Decent place to get taken down. Well, 4 teams, 9 players now in the server. 313 still with the advantage, if you ask me, with that 1 extra player. But look at the eliminations on Boom. 13. Ridiculous numbers coming out from them. And Glublook, all the last surviving player needs to do is try to find 1 or 2 eliminations, or at least survive the next 1-2 eliminations.
Man, oh man, the top 4 it is. A 1v1 versus 3 versus 4. The sprays are coming from the Boom Esports side. Glublook close into the vicinity. The DBS versus the UMP45. The UMP45 is not going to win. 1 more elimination, 1 more engagement happening, and Glublook is going to win it over. 13. Yes, Boom has 13 elimination. But the way this team is going, the way Glublook is coming up back to back in those engagements, it's, oh my god. It's going very, very amazing.
3-1-3 now are gonna be close in by the players on the side of Boom, but it's a 2v4 situation. They've got to be careful out in the open as well. Desire takes a lot of damage, gets into a vehicle that is questionable, but those grenades are going to be raining in. Now out in the open is going to be Fat Cat too, and Desire gets himself to a position where he can go for that heal immediately. Will be coming back and joining the fight with his brothers, but for the moment, for the time being, it's Boom, who are very, very low. And they're actually passing themselves up as well. As we speak, a good grenade. Octa gets taken down. Dead kill on the side of 313 now with those beautiful grenades. And Berry might just be the last one standing, but not for long, I guess. Fat Cat takes a bit of hit. Berry's going to be run over. And 313 runs all over the place now as Boom are gone. 4th position and 13 eliminations.
Man, oh man, top 3 it is. Boom Esports, they have been eliminated. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. But 3-1-3 again, close to securing another winner of a chicken in a short while. The fight is a 1 versus 4. And there is no chance that 3-1-3 is going to lose this fight, because you're up against the solo players at this point in time. And they're up against 4 of you and a solo of the other team. So anything that they're doing, you have the upper advantage of every single time. But Glublook finally is being rushed upon. The shotgun will make some connections, get some damage upon the players. The shots are coming in. Miramar without the scope, and right here it's a TDM move. This guy is on a next level. Desire. And without scope, oh man, these are the connection that we live for. Another elimination happened, and Glublook is out of the game on the hashtag number 3. They go out, and 3-1-3 easily is gonna secure those 7 eliminations and a win over the chicken. But oh, not easily, not anymore. Let me tell you that.
Boy, oh boy. 3-1-3. I mean, where were you all this while? If they perform the way that they're performing right now in the last couple of days, things would have been going in their way in terms of position placement as well and the overall rankings. And now all of them are just trying to find. And I kind of like this overview for just 4 players looking for one player, and well, guess what? He's hiding in a position. He's like, ha ha ha. This is that overview was kind of good. It's kind of cool too, and I think he's spotted. He is. Desire knows exactly where the player is now, and I think with that, this should probably come to a close. He's trying to see if he can get a point or two. Can he get one? He didn't even confirm it. Oh, no, he did. No, he did. He did. So that's one. A 1v4 turned into a 1v3. It's not going to be possible. He's going to get taken down. But one more point before going down is good. Good thing. So yeah, 3-1-3 once again with the winner chicken dinner. That's back to back now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's exactly the case. A winner chicken dinner for the 3-1-3 esports. Amazing end by these guys. Another winner chicken dinner in a single day. It's a good start. It's a good start, but already it's almost the end. One more match remaining. One more match to go, and we'll have our champions. We'll have the name that's going to be on the very top of the chapter number 4 of this whole ultimate grind. Man, oh man, one more Miramar to go. I still cannot believe that we started 3 days ago. 3 days ago. And this is the 4th day. But yeah, let's talk about the stats and see what 3-1-3 has accomplished and how many eliminations with how much damage they have secured. Ghost has secured not a single elimination with 216 damage. We have Mutney with 0 and 123 of the damage. There is Dead Kill with 3 eliminations, 201. And last but not the least, Outlaw with 4 and 645.
3-1-3 esports, the way that they have been performing, well, it's blowing my mind right now. And we always knew the potential that they had, and now it's coming out. 3-1-3 esports, 17 total points, along with Boom, who are also on 17 total points. Global on 11, along with Shadow esports, 11. 52 esports on 9, 8 for QSI on 5, PTR on 4, along with Strix, F1, T2K, and Deva United on 3. 1 point for Max, DRS, all 3 go ASL, and Hidden Leaf, unfortunately, were unable to accumulate any points going into this match. So they'll be getting themselves a 0, where we'll be waiting to see what the difference is now between both of these teams in the number 1 and number 2 spot. But before that, let's take a quick look at the MVP of the match. It's going to be Maul on the side of Boom. 5 eliminations, 714 damage, 1 assist, and a total survival time of 23 minutes and 29 seconds. He did make us all believe that Boom might actually come out on top with just 2 players surviving towards the end. There was no fight that Boom were not at a disadvantage of, but then they did pull out themselves from that situation and did come out on top time in and time out.
Man, I love it. I loved it. But Maul, he's going to be the guy out of everything. Even though 3-1-3 secured the winner chicken dinner, they still could not secure that MVP title from Maul. Maul is the MVP. 5 elimination is the name. And 714 is going to be his damage. A good damage indeed that he has secured. But moving on, the highest damage dealt in this entire match is going to be 924 by the hand of Battle, with a total of 7,000 healing done in the entirety of the match. 3 airdrops are looted. 45 is the assist, a number that has summarized in the whole match with 8 grenade elimination. We're not talking about measly 1 or 2 grenade eliminations. We're talking about 8. But moving on, the overall ranking, Glublug is just 3 points. In fact, 2 points away from the hashtag number 1. They secured 2 more points. And man, oh man, they are going to be the champions. So it all comes down to the single match, this final match, on how it's going to be played and how the teams are going to play it up. It's on Bigatron by Vitality and Glublug to secure as many points as they can in this match.
Oh, there's 2-point difference. This is going to be scary going into as the last game of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. Last game of the entire tournament, as a matter of fact. Rondo done, Erangel done, and now Miramar coming to a close too. Just one more match left here. This has been one hell of a journey, and now this is going to be one hell of a last game too, because it's just 2 points that is going to be deciding the fate. But what if a third team comes in and absolutely destroys everyone else in the server? I know I'm asking for a little too much, but it is a possibility, and I always love to be as optimistic as possible. So I'll just say that maybe there's a chance, but we'll see. We'll see. At the moment, it's just Bigatron by Vitality, who are at the number 1 spot, and they're going to be chased down by Glublook. They're almost chasing them with only 2-point difference. There's a really good chance that things might turn in the last game, or maybe Bigatron they saved the best for the last, and this Miramar is going to be completely different from what we just witnessed.
Man, I want to see a good elimination numbers in this Miramar match, this final Miramar match, because everything is dependent upon this. The engagements, the fight, the number 1 spot, the number 2 spot, even the number 3 and the number 4 right now are struggling each other. So this Miramar is going to be the absolute pinnacle. No matter what's going to happen, no matter what's going to take, everybody is going to be aggressive. And because of the fact that like this is the final match, there are going to be those teams on the bottom lines that will go completely aggressive, whereas the top line is going to go very passive. They do not want to like lose their lives, lose their players at early stages. They're going to go passive. The bottom lines are absolutely going to be trying to find them out in the game, and they will try to engage with them as much as possible.
Indeed, that definitely is going to be the case here, and we'll be waiting to see how things unfold in the final game, in the final map of Miramar. And well, hopefully this time we get to see a bit more of the sniper action. We didn't really get what we asked for, and who knows, maybe even give us some water zones and water circles here and whatnot. We'll see if BTR are going to be going in for an aggressive approach, or is there going to be some other team who wants to change up pace and maybe go in and come in hard. I mean, once again, there is that possibility that any of the teams at the bottom come in swinging and take down Bigatron in the first few minutes of the game. And if that happens, oh, that's going to be a lot of dreams being crushed for the side of BTR. And, well, this is a worst-case scenario for them. And I think now is the best chance, best opportunity and the best time to strike for the teams at the bottom. And because now, Bigatron, they can almost taste that victory. You know, they can almost taste. They already have one hand on that trophy. But Glublook, they're also there in the mix. And now if any of the teams at the bottom come in and destroy the game for both of these teams, that definitely will not let them sleep tonight for sure.
Oh man, you're talking all those facts that can break the whole momentum of the teams. And I do love this. I do love it. I do love the fact that I do want to see a lot of engagements happening this time around. I want to see that happen throughout the journey, because I love the chaos. I love the chaos, and this final Miramar is absolutely going to be chaotic. Let me tell you that. There is no way whatsoever this Miramar is not going aggressive. Everybody's going to be on their toes. Everybody's going to try their absolute level best to secure that top spots as much as they can. A single wrong move, it's going to be enough for the whole entirety of the players to be either shifting from the top to down, top to all, that kind of things. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, we are ready to get into that final match of the day, and we are going in with the Miramar. And right here and now, it's time to see what this Miramar is going to bring for all the actions.
And surprisingly, this flight path is not that different from what we've just seen. Once again, we do have that split, that 50-50 split, I could say. We still will be covering most part of the maps. There you have it. You can still get down to water treatment, Hacienda del Petron. You have La Bendita. Impala is still going to be approachable. Torre Mudo, Campo Militar, Tierra Blanca, across the valley, and El Azahar. Still, I wouldn't say out of bounds, but yes, will take a bit of effort to actually reach there. And all three guerrillas, last time they did drop in towards Patona. Looks like that's exactly the same players are going to be dropping down this time around as well. And we'll see if there's going to be any other changes from anyone else on the map of Miramar. This is the last game, ladies and gentlemen. Ultimate Grind Chapter 4 comes to an end after this. At the moment, BTR are your number 1 spot. and Glubblug are in the number 2 spot, 1 point away from 200-point marker, and 2 points away from the number 1 spot, actually tying it up. So technically 3 points away from the number 1 spot. You have to keep that in mind as well.
Man, oh man, the final game, it's happening. And when we first came in, I did not expect this to go this kind of on the aggressive and this close to the fight. I was like, okay, there's going to be some teams that's going to do an absolute way too chaotic games and they're going to just win it out. But nah, man, no. We are seeing it go till the very end of the game when nobody knows who's going to be the champions. And already, the teams are ready for the fights, ready for those engagements, and HLX is going against the team Shadow Esports. Red face, 1897, the pump action shotgun. He's low, he's get out, he got that knock upon the player, but instantly it's done as well. Now Red face has been eliminated, and HLX is going to secure that elimination for his team. Shadow Esports is instantly going to retaliate, and they are also going to finish one of the player at this point in time. Shadow Esports, it's a 1-to-1 trade-off that they have done against HLX. Given the fact that right now it's a 3 versus 3, we have to see at the end of the matches, like at the end of this fight in a short while, who's going to win it over and who's just going to go home empty-handed.
Shadow Esports, they will lose another. Jigglehora now cooking up a grenade. Gotta be careful with the timing. He's running it pretty close. Does deal a bit of damage. I think that's just shit, but Shadow Esports are still gonna be in a good position. 3 minutes into the game, and already I am nervous.
Man, not only you, I am nervous as well. Oh my god. These moves that the teams are gonna do. Shadow Esports so far, that is on our screen. Come on, we have to see what they're capable of, what they are going to do. The fight is happening as Jigglehora gets taken down. There is also Gideon that has been eliminated. So it's a back and forth going on again and again and again. Once again, these are knocks, these are eliminations coming around, and SE, final player, finally gets eliminated, and we have the winners of this fight. That is HLX. But the fight has not stopped just there. There's always another team. There's always the bigger fish in the surrounding sites to take that engagement on you, and this time you can already see who it is. That is Abrupt Slayers at its very peak.
Abrupt Slayers holding on. And here's the thing, I mean, all of these teams, now you can see the difference of performance when compared to day number 1 or game number 1 today itself, right? I mean, you can see the difference in approach. With nothing to lose, they are performing much more better, much more confidently. Well, my only question is, where was this before? I mean, come on. That is the only thing I always ask. You have to play every single game with 100% effort. And sometimes I just see some of these teams just absolutely go bonkers on the final day and the final games. Where was that all this while? Come on. Regardless, well, yeah, I mean, what's done is done. We can't really talk about that now. So, 15 teams, 16 players now in the server. 5-minute mark just hit as Boom dropped one of the players inside of Alter Ego areas. All eyes are still on BTR and Glubblug, as these two giants holding on to their position, number 1 and number 2 spot. Just 2 points is what separates number 1 and number 2. That is what's keeping this final much more exciting.
So far it's going good. And we are definitely seeing some decent number of approaches from the teams. Only SE and HLX have been eliminated so far. With all of this fights happening in the surrounding sides, I kind of want to see the map too, like what's going on with the teams. But Ulti Saber comes in with the clutch, gets a knockdown upon one of the players of the team F1. But you know what the sad part is about this EMF1? The one player that had the car, he went so far away. Now that if they want to go for the rescue, they have to actually put themselves into the harm's way and get over there to revive the player. But instantly, look at that. The rescue does not only mean that you can go for the rescue, you can also go for that aggressive stance to get that player eliminated and then go for the rescue. But already, one player has been knocked. He will be finished as he will hold down the fort and block the movement of the player. Lele Boy, he's also here. S12K is going to take him down as Kenny gets eliminated. Deva United, that's 3 eliminations waiting for them and waiting for the last opportunity, last elimination. They're ready to take that action too. Battle, and the hand of XXX. X, he's ready. And he's going in with the M416 now, changing to the battle. Jump shot coming in and tam! Finished up.
F1 gone again, 15th position. Well, that's going to be the end of the run for them in this tournament. Hopefully we'll see them in the upcoming ones. But for now, Deva United. 14 points, 15 actually, is a difference. I would love to see them come up, but oh, what a grenade coming in. 313 Esports. They're actually making some moves on the map right now as they're taking all the players on the side of RIQ who have been very aggressive, and right now they have no answers to the players coming in from the side of 213. They get 4 eliminations just like that, and the side of RIQ gone. Eliminated pretty early into this one with no elimination points as well. 147 is what they're going to be ending the tournament on. But 313 Esports, they make their way up to 166 points now. Just the amount of points that they accumulated today in the last 2 games especially has been impressive.
It has been impressive, man. It has been impressive. T2K, Mimi, close vicinity of the team. Abrupt Slayer. In fact, DRS, aka... Okay, that's a different player from the DRS side that has joined. So I thought that was a Abrupt Slayer, but nope. It is DRS. And the T2K is taking the fight. The sprays are going around. Charlie. Come on. You were supposed to connect those shots. Didn't connect. 4 men alive. Second stage is about to happen. It's about to commence. 2,500 meters away. Now from the circle, these two teams are going to be in a very panicked position because not only they have to take the fight, but they also have to move inside of that circle, so they gotta wrap up this fight as soon as they can. Frag gets a knock and a finisher instantly. T2K, that's the one elimination that they are going to have, and they have broken the backbone with this kind of move. But still, one player of the DRS, you can see on the minimap, he's very far away. He's on a different angle, and through that different angle, there is a very good possibility that he can maybe get those shots connected on the side of T2K and make an opening for the rest of his team to rush in.
Yeah, Risk Gaming. I've had some very disappointing runs. So let's see if this is going to be a different game for them altogether. Or is it going to be one of those same situations at the moment? Deva United, 5 eliminations to their name as DRS. They're going to be making a move to a different part of the map. They want to get themselves into a position where they can actually go for some fights, take some points to their name and perform.
Come on. Waiting for the openings, for the fights. The sprays are going around. They're not making the connections that they should. So far, DRS. Come on, you guys gotta disengage this fight. You guys gotta get in the circle ASAP right now. But oh, the sprays are still going around. The sprays are still going up. And we are seeing Samza YT closing in onto a different plane. The backline area, the close range fight. T2K Claw is going to be taken down, finished off. That's a knock and a confirmation. And T2K, where they started the initiation of this fight, got the knockdown and the first frag. Now they are the one on the receiving edge.
that bit of water in between the zone, it's definitely coming. It's definitely going to be coming in handy for sure. Keep that in mind as we will be taking a look at those zones later on. I have a feeling that we probably will be, seeing the same water in the upcoming zones. But for now, they were united on the move. They understand they have a lot of work to do. They're not out of the race just yet. But for that, they have to be careful. They have to take down multiple squads and also keep their advantage in terms of manpower while doing so. ASI8 and Boom, on the other hand, they are taking the fight against each other and looks like they are trading for blow at the moment. They were united. Pubgm Esports are going to be their next victim, or probably the ones that they want to take the fight against. We'll see if that is going to be the case, as Ulti Saber now also going to be joining the fight, joining his brother as ASI8. They will get one more frag onto the players on the side of Boom as Strix. They're going to be feeling the heat. Maxable. Both of these teams at the very bottom of the scoreboard, but they're making it work.
Oh, we gotta do something. We gotta ask, man. The way these guys are doing, I have no idea what they're up to. So we gotta ask them, like, what their process of thought is going to be. But so far, there are some eliminations coming around. The elimination feed, they were united versus Blue. It's happening. There's also Mimi that have been taken down. It's a knock, but ASI still out of the circle, moving in, trying to close up. Aki here, Wiki on the top of the mountain, looking at their united player. Only get a connection. Any of the entirety of the shot connection. There's connectivities coming in the area as two of the players of Blue Esports are going to be down. Quickie is also going to be taken out of the equation, leaving everything down to the mountain. And Blue, if you're eliminated here, you can say goodbye to that #1 spot. Oh no, and there we have it. Deva, you eliminated. Blue out of the equation. Look at those elimination numbers and look at those points that Deva United have secured. There is a chance, there is a possibility that if Deva United secures the winner of the chicken and some points, they can even take down BTR from #1. Oh man, that's a very disastrous moment for 2v4 now. I'll go get a team that's on the hashtag #3. They're being aggressed upon. They are being aggressed upon by 52, and 52 is coming in with the shot. Arkrel has been taken down. Lele Boy is also down, leaving everything to the last two players. And Mixwell also being knocked out, but Ize in the meanwhile coming in, and Ulti Saber, the solo hope for the team. Everything that is residing on this guy's shoulder. He has been given out the call to get out of here ASAP. You need to get at least the #2 placement. If you manage to do that with just 8 more points.
Oh, they were united. What is happening here? The last surviving player, what can he do? There's a lot on his shoulder. A lot. I mean, there's a lot we're asking of him, if you ask me. But what happened here, man? Blug also losing the opportunity. 2 points is what they could not accumulate. Forget 2, they couldn't get 1. And now Deva, with a four-man standing, they're on the verge of elimination. I think that elimination is going to come in, and I think with that, BTR signs the deal. It is them. Yep, they will not have any more competitors. It is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. Deva United gone in 9th position with 9 eliminations.
Man, this is way too insane. This is way too insane. Look at the top 3 at this point in time. Glublook, Deva, they have both been eliminated. They're gonna stay there. They are going to stay there. And the top 3 spots, we can safely say that right now the top 3 spots are gonna end exactly like this now. From this point onward, BTR still can manage to secure more points for themselves. And with this 3-1-3, now they have been given the opportunity of having that number 4 spot as a good place. But that number 4 is only going to yield them so much, like a little amount of those prize pool. So number 1, it's not possible. That's the thing is that number 1 is not possible for anyone at this point in time. But the number 3, the number 2, it's no longer the case of that. Boom Esports, yes, they can come in on the hashtag number 5 if they really try. But 313, you guys are chill on the number 4. So up until to the number 1, 2, 3, and 4, we can safely reduce that. Yes, these are the places, these are the names that will be seen on the first top 4 spots. But Alter Ego, T2K, these are the names that is still kind of in a pickle right now.
52. Gotta be careful with the moves on the map. They do have the advantage in terms of manpower over a lot of these teams. Like Gabi taking a hit. Very, very low now on HP. And DRS, is it? Yep, that is DRS. Trying to take them down. It's definitely going to be a big ask. Once again, a 2v4, but Maxibles are going to be spotted too. Oh, this higher advantage probably is going to be lost for the side of 52 Esports, because now we have the stage 4 circle coming into play too. So the next zone shift is going to be defining a lot for the next few minutes. And BTR, look at how they're playing. All they're doing is just surviving. They're not doing anything.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's about the survival. You're not doing anything. BTR is like, yeah, we're just gonna stay there no matter what the circumstances is. So why not just end our day with a winner chicken dinner? Because they should have read that elimination feed when they had the chance. Seeing Glue has been eliminated, oh man, that was gonna be a very celebrative move by those guys. But still, right now, the fights, the engagements, it's not gonna stop. But the thing is, these engagements, these fights, they will not stop whatsoever. Everybody is gonna go for that aggressive stances and all those fights that they can possibly accumulate for themselves. And these are the fights that actually makes up the majority of those points. You need to have those fights, but at this point, nothing matters. Bottom line teams, you just need to go in, aggress upon the players, try to make them get eliminated early on, so they don't have the chance of getting more and more points for themselves. But at the same time, the top line teams, they will try to get as many points as they can possibly accumulate up until to the point of no return. 52, ha. Moving on. Closing in to the fight, but still moving back. It's a back and forth going on. It's just a wait game happening, and we're just waiting for the opportunity to strike down upon these guys. As soon as there's going to be an opportunity, then we're going to see the fight occurring into the area.
19.5 minutes into the game. 8 teams and 24 players now here. BTR finally showing up and getting themselves a frag. And now they understand that there's no more, nothing else to worry about. And they're like, you know what? Yeah, we're going to come out of the den right now and we will start pumping us some numbers as DRS. They actually take down the players on side of 52. Ha, gets taken down. And 6 is probably just going to be holding on. He's going to get taken down too. There you go. DRS. They will be getting taken down in 8th position. 5 eliminations for him. For them, I'm sorry. At 50 Esports, Gabi is the only man standing right now, and all of a sudden, the man advantage is gone, and Maxibles probably are going to be the ones taking him down, and there you have it. That's another squad elimination. Top 6 teams now remaining here with 20 players in the server. Things are looking good here for 313 to get themselves another high-scoring game up here. But Maxibles still shooting some shots. Still firing those guns, unable to get any contact, but they will definitely be causing some trouble here for the side of BTR as 313 also joins in. Or maybe not. Okay, they're far away. I thought they were close. They were in close proximity, but that's not the case. The zone closing in the next 15 seconds, I'm sorry. Let's be controlled by Vitality. They're going to be holding on to their position. 4 players standing with just 1 elimination. They don't really need to do anything, and they can understand that point. All they need to do is survive, and they've already got that championship to themselves. And at this point, it's just a formality to win this game. But 313, I don't think there are going to be any jumps there too. But there's a really good chance for Boom to enter the 5th position if they can end this game on a good note here.
No. Finally, those engagements started to happen. Fessel gets taken down of the ASI-8. That's a finisher coming up on the guy. But now, Abrupt Slayers, they're also facing the wrath of the 313 from the very top of the mountain. Abrupt Slayers coming in on Sky, gets taken down by the hand of Hazaki. Hazaki gets that knock and a finisher, but dead kill. Wait a second. Gets that confirmation on Sky. So the elimination that was so far for the ASI-8 was stolen away by the side of that top line team. And ASL, they are kind of chilling in the area, but 313 BTR ASI-8 in the proximity. That is a 3-way deadlock going on. You move there, you go into the fight of the 313, you move to the front lines, you go to the ASI-8 side, you stay there, you're gonna be bound to get into that circle one way or another. BTR IC comes in, takes a dead kill, has been eliminated by the GS9, and so is Fat Cat with the M416 in a single split second. 313 initiated the fight on the the hovercraft at one point, and instantly the second moment they got finished off.
Top 5 teams now here left in the last matchup here. 3 eliminations for Bigatron. Now pumping up those numbers. 4 for Maxable, 6 for ASL, and ASI on 3, along with 1 for Boom. Things are looking good now for the side of Bigatron, of course. But Boom, there's also a really good chance. I kind of want to see them make their way up. It's a very tough ask, to be really honest, especially from the situation that they're in right now, with just 2 players standing, just only 1 elimination going to this one, which means it's not one of those games where you see the confidence being really high for them, as ASI-8 are going to be closing in the distance between them and ASL. They're going to be trying to get back into that zone, as Stage 6 Circle will be doing a bit more damage than the Stage 1 Circle did. So you got to be in a good position, but ASL, in making those moves, are going to be falling prey to the players inside of ASI-8. They wanted to take them down while they make their way back into the circle, and ASI-8 took advantage. They were aware of the situation as ASL. They tried to retaliate, immediately get taken down. And now, one player has to heal up. Aman will be cooking up a grenade. The Molotov will be out of proportion at the moment, as ASI-8 comes in, close in the distance, and now they got to be careful. Slayers, will they get taken down? Good damage being dealt, and those grenades, they have to be careful with how long they cook it. They got to be careful of how long you cook it. That's what I was going to talk about. He cooked it a little too much, and now they got cooked. Oh,
They are
boy.
Cooked. You said that absolutely right. They are cooked at this point, but Maxibles is also getting some engagements upon the player. Look at Boomy Sports. Once the player of the Boom is down, Sanju has finally been eliminated alongside of the IM77. That is down by the hand of BTR. Oh my god, it's a 3-way fight again and again, and everybody is just jumping into the fight, trying to get those elimination numbers for themselves. BTR Federalis is there. Rizy is in the front lines. The grenades going up as, oh my god, Federalis gets a knockdown. Rizy's on the verge. He's cooking that grenade. Let him cook, but Pika Boy survives, and now he's gonna throw it away. Towards the other side, and there we have it. BTR is gonna lose another player. Another engagement. And right with this, they are down to the last guy. BTR is actually going to be down to the last guy, but Pika Boy gets a knockdown. Excel is low on that HP, and Slack comes in, not slacking, and winning this fight with 9 eliminations in total. We're down to the top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight is a 2 versus 2 versus 1 if they do not manage to revive their players up, but we all know that is not going to be the case. Instantly, Team Maxable is going to be reviving their players, and they're going to be coming back into the fight. So ASI-8, you're down to 2. Boom is down to 1, and Maxibles that you are against off so far, they're down to full squad at this point.
Three teams. And well, boom, they still have a really good chance to maybe close in. I'm not really sure what the difference was. If it was more than 11, then I think it's not possible for them. But if it's under that, then they still have a really good chance to actually get to that position. But at the moment, as you said, the man advantage for Maximus clearly is ASI 8. Actually, wait a second, Aaron will drop one, bringing it down to a 3-man squad now. As ASI 8 will be up to 4 eliminations. That is for Maximus, and they're closing in the distance now. They've got to be very, very cautious. Aaron doing God's work at the moment for the squad. 3 eliminations for himself, and 4 for the entire squad, by the way. And ASI 8 is holding on. Stage 7 circle coming to an end in the next 20 seconds. And boom, Barry, the only one standing. He's been in the situation far too many times, and he understands. It was what, Pika Boy, was it, last time, who ran over Barry? And, well, this time, once again, he's in a very tough spot. Got to be very, very careful. And with the position that he's in, he's already given away his spot. And, oh, he has to make a move to get back into the zone. So this is not easy. This is definitely not easy for Boom Esports. But 27-minute mark hit. And he has to make a move. And I think we probably will not be waiting for stage 9. I think this probably is going to be the end. As Aaron is going to get taken down. ASI 8 now just down to 1 player. Maxibles, with 3 players standing right now, are going to be closing into both of these squads.
Man, oh man. What is going on with these players? Come on. We need some engagement. We need some fights. Already, ASI 8 has lost one of their players. Now it's all down to Hasaki, a solo man standing. Aiden is going for that rescue. But oh, wait a minute. Hasaki, I think finally he's going to be able to reach Aiden. No. He's still far away. Okay. There is no way that, revival can be done. I'm 77. He's cooking grenades, but in the meanwhile, Invader is just gonna slam that car on Aiden and gonna take him out. Hasaki, the man, the final player remaining into the area, into the side of ASI 8. Everything's on him. Everything's on Boom's battle to take the fight with the Maxibles. At least eliminate as many as you can before getting eliminated. That should be the key factor for you guys at this point in time. Hasaki looking on the left side, trying to figure out where the player is, where the car sound actually came in from, because Boom Battle just joined in inside of that circle with the car. But one more 20 seconds more, and we'll have the circle towards the stage and number 9 in my opinion. But oh my god, more shots going on. The sprays connecting upon the player. Hasaki low on that HP side, but still manages to get out of there. Healed himself. More grenades coming in. Hasaki barely alive, but nope. He's going to deny that elimination, but Pika Boy instantly is going to take down Battle with 11 elimination. We have a winner, chicken dinner for the Maxibles Esports for the final match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the Ultimate Grind, chapter number 4.
And what a game to end things off there. Maxibles closing things out with a beautiful winner, chicken dinner, and Boom Esports towards the end did give us hope. And what a game this has turned out to be. With Global just 2 points difference. They couldn't accumulate 1. Forget about 2. They couldn't get 1, and they were united. They did give us some hope, in a way where they were getting those insane amount of eliminations, and they were at the verge of getting more. As a matter of fact, they also got taken down. But kudos to Team BTR, not just for winning the entire thing, but also the fact that they were smart. They didn't even show up for the first 6, 7, maybe even 8 minutes. We didn't even see BTR on the map. They were just waiting for everyone else to, settle down, take those fights, and then they were going to push out and, start pumping some numbers. And they didn't even need to do that, because Global, they were taken down by They Were United. They were united, they were taken down by the rest of the squad. So there was nothing left for BTR to do apart from just celebrating at this point.
Man, oh man. The way you said, BTR stayed safe, they knew exactly what was coming. Everybody was going to go and target the top line teams, and they were like, yeah, we don't want any part of that. But talking about the, WWCD stats, it's Invader with the 4, Pika Boy with the 3. We have 2 for IM77, and last but not the least, it was the final guy as well. But moving on, it is WWT, again, CD Stack. Slack was the guy with the 2 eliminations too. A total of 11 elimination they secured. So with the 11 eliminations, that's 21 points that they are going to have. Still not enough to get themselves into, in my opinion, the okay, 313 was in the top 4. So with Maxibles, I kind of don't remember their spot into the overall ranking, and I'm excited to see where they are going to be like onto the overall ranking. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to see the champions of the Ultimate Grind chapter number 4. The champions of this chapter are going to be none other than the team Bigatron by Vitality. Throughout the games, throughout the day number 1, they've been on the top. They maintained their spot after every single day by the end of the day.
What a game and what a tournament this has been for the side of Bigatron by Vitality. They were on point with everything, and the consistency has just been out of everyone's mind. As a matter of fact, they blew everyone's mind for sure. We've been watching them from a really long time now, and with every iteration of players, they've been. One thing is consistent. That is their consistency. They have just been on point with everything: the strat calling, the plays, the teamwork. And well, the performances, you can say it. It has been absolutely exceptional coming in. And match ranking, well, we'll take a look at the last match here coming in. Maxibles did get that chicken dinner. The only team with double-digit scoreline, 21 total points. ASI on 9, along with ASL and Deva United, 8 points for 52 esports. Boom, BTR and 313 with 7 apiece. DRS with 6. Decent game for them in terms of elimination points. Hidden Leaf on 4, Shadow Esports on 2, 140 to gain RIQ, and for Alter Ego Ares, Glublug, Strix and F1, unfortunately, all they get is a big fat 0. Globro getting 0, no points into this one. That was the most shocking factor of this game, if you ask me. I don't think anyone saw that coming.
Neither did I, man. They did good. They did nice up until to the point they couldn't do it anymore. But yeah, this is the case. MVP of the match goes to Lileboy. At this point, Lileboy is going to be the MVP with the 4 eliminations and 505 damage throughout the game. In the minutes he survived, he got this amount of those eliminations, and with just the 505 damage, this kind of shows that how aggressive this lobby was, that anytime anybody got any kind of decent number of engagements, they were the first one to be eliminated out of the match. Lileboy is a prime example. He survived for 15-16 minutes and then he was eliminated out. But match summary wise, 59 eliminations in the game with 1 vehicle elimination, 6 grenades, 41 of those assists coming up, 3 airdrops were looted, 8673 is the total healing done, and last but not the least, Pika Boy is going to be the highest damage dealer of this entire match.
What a great game this was, especially for the side of Maxibles. Not just surviving till the end and getting that chicken dinner, but also the fact that they did it in such good synchrony. It was phenomenal to watch them perform. But yeah, talking about the overall rankings, we already did witness and we already saw Bigatron getting that championship. The only team to surpass 200 points on the overall, 208 points. Glublug, so close yet so far, 199 points. They were United, 191. Give us hope, but towards the end, 169 for 313 esports. Their little plays towards the end did pay off. They're in the top 4 now. Alter Ego Ares did make it to top 5, 156, 153 points for Boom Esports. They did miss out on that piece of the prize pool, but regardless, they have also shown us what they can do. But anyway, going towards the end, Strix Esports 90, 94 for Hidden Leaf, ASI Esports 117. So the only 2 teams that were unable to surpass the 100-point threshold are Hidden Leaf and Strix Esports, hoping to see them perform better in the upcoming tournaments. As we take a look at the daily MVP, it's Gen Force on the side of RIQ.
Well, certainly he's the Gen Force. That's going to be the daily MVP of just the day number 4 with 16 elimination, 2243 is the damage, 13 knockouts, and a total of 1470 healing done in the entirety of the 6 games. But you all know what we're waiting for, because after the overall ranking, we also have to see that overall MVP as well. Daily MVP is different. The top 5s are different. But yeah, it will be like shown into the Instagram. So if you haven't followed Esports 141 official on Instagram, this is the right time. If you want to know who the MVP of this entire tournament was, you go there, you follow that, and then The post will definitely be there in a short while. But yeah, this was it for the chapter number 4 of the Ultimate Grind. The 4 days of action, the 6 matches each day, a total of 24. Every team and every player was trying to show their utmost dominance in every single turn of the event. So one can have a very fresh breather that yes, it's over, we did what we did, we tried our best, we got a lot of things that we learned, and we learned a lot of new strategies out of everything.
Oh, indeed. I mean, there was a huge learning curve for a lot of these teams coming into this tournament, especially you can see towards the end of the day 4 of the finals as well. A lot of these teams, they did show up towards the end big time, but there were a lot of teams who were struggling. You could see the potential that they have, but they still are lacking the experience. And I think this tournament have helped them. It's going to help them pave the way forward, moving on. And they're hoping to see a lot of these teams in action in future tournaments. And I'm kind of rooting to. I'm kind of rooting for these teams as well. But a lot of disappointments as well. I gotta say, I have to admit, a lot of these teams didn't perform the way I believe they were expected to. But I think it's also okay, right? I mean, there's a lot going on at the moment, and these teams, they've been practicing a little too hard, and I think they all deserve a break. And he said, this tournament is also done now, so there is that breather coming in. But once again, 1 for 1, man. I mean, we will be, done with this. We are done with this tournament, but before you can say or even think about the next tournament, we will already be ready with the next one. So yeah, as Torres said, do not forget to check us out on Instagram, and you can get your news about all the future tournaments and the past ones as well from there. And yeah, I mean, it was a great day towards the end, and I think we're done for the day. But yeah, it's been a pleasure casting alongside you, Torres.
Thank you, man. It was a pleasure alongside casting with you and Inferno as well. Inferno, wherever you are, wherever you're hitting me from, it was a great pleasure to cast with you as well. So we 3 were on the desk throughout the 4 days of action. But ladies and gentlemen, that Ultimate Grind chapter number 4 comes to a close. We gotta close this chapter to open the chapter number 5. We will see you on the chapter number 5. Until then, take a very good care of yourself and follow every single page down here. We will see you again in the next tournament. Take care.